All right, welcome everybody to the stream. It's been a few days, but we are back. And hopefully, if everything I have sort of tried to do over the last couple of days while I haven't been streaming goes to plan, we should have, hopefully, a few more consistent streams, because obviously I have not been streaming as often as I have wanted to. I guess while we have the conversation, let's go into Middle Earth. But yeah, obviously I have not streamed for, I think, what, 3 days now? 3 nights? Because I, for 3 nights, have gotten home at about 1 a.m. absolutely exhausted. But I'm sort of gonna try and do some stuff that hopefully means that I can, I think, stream every single day still of the week, just slightly different times. We'll have to see how that pans out though. And yeah, hopefully that goes well. Because yeah, I kind of feel bad about not streaming, especially for multiple days in a row. I don't like that happening, so let's change that. We're back on with Palpatine though. Last time we were here with Palpatine, we had just escaped from Isengard. We do have to, however, return back. I think there's like 32 chapters. We're on chapter 28. So basically the way it's going to end up working, I think, because I'm working nights, this will be today's stream, a normal 6 hours, and then I'm thinking, like, tomorrow night, for example, I should get back home around about midnight, or 1 o'clock at the, like, very, very latest. So that'll be normally an hour, what, like, you know, 7 hours from now. The plan is, I basically want to, instead of having I will stream for this amount of time, it'll more be like, I will stream until this time. So the plan is, I'm going to stream, like, from whenever I get home to about 5 a.m. for me, you know. And then I will sleep for however long I need to sleep, 8 hours or whatever, and then I'll get up in time to then go to work for the night. So essentially it's just flipping my sleep schedule around. And then obviously the days I have off work, or any days that I end up working normally, will be just regular time. Really, it's the only thing I can do that will just keep us still at least streaming consistently. Otherwise, I stream like twice a week, and I feel super bad about it. Because, you know, 5 nights a week I am working till basically, or I will not get home till midnight.
Many of our friends have fallen,
so yeah,
and the rest are captives.
But hopefully, you know, that eventually changes in the near future. Why do I just assume this is Sarah O'Connor?
The honor of the Falcon.
Time to quit job. I mean, it's gonna get to that point, I think, honestly, where, you know, Knight, who we're rescuing, is it bad that I can't remember the name of the person? Whoever helped us, basically, we escaped Isengard, and the other person that was with us, I think it was the old steward of Isengard, alongside Grima, allowed us to escape. Or someone helped us escape, but they got left behind. So I think we go back to rescue. But yeah, on the topic, it's like, you know, I don't hate my job or anything. I quite enjoy it most of the time. I don't really want to leave, but it's not really sustainable. I live, out of everybody that works there, I live the furthest away. And for example, last night, you know, I finished, you know, at, we were supposed to shut at 10. There were still people in the building at 20 to 11. Figure that one out. And, you know, I can't leave till that's done. And then I think it was like 11:30 that I got out of the building. And my last bus home was, because it was Sunday, and I kind of forgot it was Sunday, was at 11:10, so 20 minutes prior, which meant I then had to find another way of getting home, which ended with me being home at about 12:30, and quite tired. So Gonna be a fun one. But yeah, it is a point that has sort of been brought up. Basically being like, hey, you know, this isn't really sustainable. I am probably gonna have to look for somewhere else. Even if I move closer, I'm still working the same ship. So that's not really the fix there. Yeah, it's not like I can just like move closer and then suddenly I'm working days. It will be more, unfortunately, a sort of more extreme thing. Because yeah, it's like 4 till essentially 12 at the minute. So it's like, what, 8 hours a day, which, you know, is fine. But it's just, you know. Because like Friday and Saturday we're open till midnight. So I kind of know what I'm getting in for. But like Sundays, it's supposed to be 10 o'clock.
From this forward encampment, we will mount our
Okay,
attack
so
on the city
I have
of
to do
traders.
7 more.
The
Yeah,
warriors of the
so
Valkyrie
like
clan
I used to
that have
do,
fortified the village
so
are
before
deadlier than
lockdown,
most.
like original
Scout for
lockdowns and
scouts.
stuff happened,
Help
I
them
actually
fail
had,
me.
still worked 5 days a week, but I worked Tuesday night, you know, 4 till 11 or whatever, 7 hours, and then I worked 4 remaining days, so I worked, what, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning, and that kind of worked, and then suddenly, it just kind of got flipped on its head, unfortunately, which is kind of annoying. I mean, ultimately, I know the reason why we had a lot of people quit, or, you know, I think one person got fired for whatever reason. I wasn't there at the time. Or I was, but I wasn't, like, I think I was away for a week. But anyway, you know, a lot of people left, which kind of ended up with, you know, I had to kind of end up filling in the gaps, which is kind of the reason why I'm doing so many nights now. But yeah. Yeah, so it'll end up being more like, if we do that, it will be less long streams. Like, the streams won't be as long. But at least I will still be streaming, because I do enjoy streaming. So I want to do it. But, yeah, it'll be more like 4 hours, which I still think is fine, you know. I think in a weird way I've kind of put the bar quite, not very high, but like decently high with like 6 hours. So that, you know, even a 3-hour stream, which is arguably, you know, quite a long time, 3 hours, 4 hours or whatever, does feel like it's, you know, barely anything, because normally we're doing 6 hours. So, what do we get from that? Weaponsmith's decorated scroll case. I mean, how long until this stuff is... Yeah, level 76 is when we need to switch out. So I think at level 75 we can get a new set of armor. I think. If not, we'll have to end up crafting some stuff, which is fine, because at 75 I can make guild armor. Tailor guild stuff at 75, which is going to be a hopefully nice upgrade. But yeah, it was a choice between sort of this today, or I was going to do some free-to-play. Unfortunately, I'm waiting on the wonderful customer service. I am in Dunland at the moment, but it's kind of like an instant area within. But I am waiting on good old customer service. Yeah, I have something similar. So I accidentally, on the free-to-play account, deleted my token of the Hornburg, which, if it was, you know, it's like 500 Lotro points, 495. That's quite a lot, and will set me back quite significantly if I,
Such traps are the province of
yeah, it'll set me back quite a bit from getting Moria if I can't get that back, and if I have to rebuy it. So, I did send them a thing, and then they replied being like, yeah, tough, you need to be logged in on the character. I'm like, well, the character doesn't exist anymore, you know? So I was like, I literally said in my thing, I was like, right, I deleted a character to remake it due to my limited character slots. Makes sense. I didn't realize this item that I bought from the store was on it, and therefore have deleted it. So they just basically said, well, you need to be logged in. Which is kind of awkward for that account more than anything else, because I don't log into that account unless it's on stream, you know? Like, I don't do progress on that account off stream. Maybe I could do some very small things, but I like to keep it sort of a stream only in a sense. I could be a lot further if I hadn't done that. But,
I suffered a cut from a poisoned blade during the fighting. I do not feel well.
but yeah,
So
kind of
weak.
awkward. So these guys are enemies now. Huh. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Did I forget there was the... Oh, I thought it was instance, so someone else couldn't be here. I forgot. Yeah, these guys, like, betrayed us, right? At the end of the whole thing. I think. Right? Something similar. Like, we went into that prison, and then there was some guy from Isengard who they had killed, like an emissary, and then... Or they said it was at least from Isengard. I can't remember too well. That's been a little bit. Like, I feel bad, because I haven't even logged into the game in, like, 3 days as well. But I didn't want... You know, I didn't want the stream to just become... once again, hey, I'm gonna go do my weeklies, you know, let me go do these 10 instances, or these 10 quests, and these 4 instances, and let me go do my stairs run, and let me go do 10 missions, and, you know, all that, because I think repetitive is a kind way of putting that, you know, and it's been a while since I've actually played through the story and stuff, so I wanted to do that. But I'm up to play a bit more free-to-play recently because I'm actually nearly, I hope, finished with editing the next video, free-to-play video. I know it's been ages. I do apologize for anybody that's been waiting on it. Though it has been on stream, so I mean, you know. But, yeah. I am very close to being done. My target is the 20th. So Friday, I think that is. That is kind of my target, because I've got Thursday off. Like, I'm not working Thursday. So that's kind of like my last push if I need it to edit, other than just doing a couple of bits a day. But like Thursday's my last push to edit, and then yeah, I can hopefully have it out for Friday. Just because I'm not like rushing myself on Thursday too much. So once again, I'm doing that lovely thing that I do where I sort of mindlessly kill enemies without paying attention to what I'm actually doing. So what do we have to do? We have to kill 3 more Falcon Clan warriors. We need to find 5 more digestive roots, and then we've also got another quest already sorted. So let's go do that. The digestive roots look to be just across here, so that's going to be fun. So we'll kill 1 more enemy after this, and oh, I guess we've got provisions to get, so we'll go do that as well. Cool. And a wooden chest. I think these are my favorite looking chests in the game. I don't know why. Maybe because... Maybe in my mind, I think a lot of the time you see that chest model at the end of like an instance. So I think in my head, I kind of think to myself it's going to be worth more. Like, have gear in it or something. Like, that just had, ultimately, some hides and some Westfold herbs, which are probably 2 of the kind of easiest to get items. But, yeah. In my mind, it kind of is better value, in a sense. Or I think I'm going to get some gear, because I'm so used to being at, like, the end of an instance. right, though. So just going on a nice, lovely killing spree. Only sort of problem with this gear is because we're not consistently gearing up, it's going to kind of stagnate, or we're going to feel less powerful as we go, which is fine, because that's just how that works. Like, we get a new upgrade and suddenly we feel more powerful, but it's just because we've got 10 levels worth of, technically 11 levels worth of gear upgrades. Hey, we got 5 Lottery points for completing skill lead. Nice. You know, it eventually feels like it's going to stagnate because, you know, we've got 3 more levels and these enemies are going to become harder to kill and etc, etc. Though, at 75, as I said, we will get the guild tailor gear or whatever it's, you know, I don't know what it's called. Can't remember. So let's just look up tailor. Don't know why it's so awkward to look up these things on the wiki. So what, Rhythm Archives tier 8. Is it tier 8 or tier 7? I don't know. Let's go find out while we kill some more enemies. So it looks like it's Westfold, which is something that makes sense. So yeah, we can use a lot of universal ingredient packs. I think we have a ton still. I actually don't know how many exactly. I have 306, so that's fine, and I can get about 200 a day plus from everything, so that's all fun. But yeah, so we can make like 30 bits of armor real easily. Unless I think some of them actually cost 15, but we should still have enough, especially if we go and, you know, use our Bjornings, all 25 of them, and get that sorted. Should have actually been using my time off to do Bjornings. Or I say time off, but like if I'm not able to stream, maybe I can just like load up my computer and get on with the materials and just press make all, and then I don't know, connect on my phone or something. That might be something worth doing. Open up 100 more loot boxes, get all those motes of enchantment. See nothing wrong with this idea whatsoever, and also extra lottery points, which is always fun. Right, I need provisions. Where is this? Up there? Yikes. Hunter saw the third age. That's also a thing, yeah. Legendary weapons. We've currently got a level 70, and we're 72. We can craft every 5 levels. So that's a thing we can do. It's going to be nice. At level 75, I think we'll have a nice big upgrade of sorts. We could make ourselves a level 75 second age right now. I think even technically I could make myself a level 75 first age if I really, really wanted to. Idea, have a good one. I'll see you a little bit later if you're around. But yeah, I think we could go and craft ourselves the first stage. I don't think it's worth it, but it is certainly a possible thing to do. There are so many of these wooden chests around. Necklace of Might. How interesting. Necklace of Might, yet it also has, it does have might, but it's also got agility and will. Such a weird thing. It feels like a I mean, you know, you've got what, Warden and Bjorning have both, but like it'd be very interesting if there was a class that did benefit from all 3. Because you could see it as being overpowered in a sense, because like everything benefits it, but then you've also got to have a good enough, like, you know, a balance, I guess. That makes sense. I also need to start working. I can't go in there, can I? No. I also need to start working on my class deeds, because that's actually something that has been brought up here, like Armor of the Exaltation. I don't even know if we've started that. No, we haven't. We've only got a few obviously because we need different trait trees, and that is something we will eventually have to do. I'll probably do that off stream though, just get my training dummy and go use something. Reses will be something that'll be a little bit awkward, but I'm sure we can make it work. I'll probably just like, I don't know, could load up my other account, make a very low level character, have him run into like the wolves at Nenhilly, and just keep rezzing. Because I don't think there's a cooldown if you've been rezzed. And then just put a de-accelerator thing on her. But like, wordsmith. Use combustion, concession, or and rebuttal, or bombastic inspiration. So that's this one here, which I'm never going to use. Let's be honest. I think I'm supposed to use it. It's part of like an endgame rotation for yellow, but honestly, maybe not. Hello. I am a new streamer. This is my very first stream. Hope we're doing well. I think at this point I should just say every stream is my first stream. Yeah, I thought we'd play some Palpatine today. It was this all free to play, but customer service is being awkward. So. Here we are. Minor Essence of Might, Gondorian Pages, a load of backpacks. Be like, yeah. I mean, when I was streaming a lot less, like, obviously, what was it, like, whenever I started streaming a bit more consistently, like, during lockdowns and stuff. Before then, what was it, maybe August? September? Last year? I would pretty much start every stream by being like, everything's broken, I fiddle with stuff, I don't know what's going on. It's been so long since I've streamed. But as I was saying earlier, at the very beginning of the stream, hopefully, although it won't work too well, I am fully aware that for some people it will still only probably be like 2 or 3 streams a week at the moment, but with my current work schedule, I am planning to do more night streams, as I think we talked about a little while back. So hopefully we can stream more, like, still stream like pretty much every day. It would just be at different times. But yeah. Hopefully everything works out. I mean, I should have technically been able to stream last night, but there were just, I don't know, possibly, it is completely dependent on just how my shifts go. Like, for example, last night, basically last night, we should have shut the doors at 10. At 20 to 11, there were still people in the building. So it basically meant that, like, I didn't get home, I didn't get out till, like, you know, 20 to, half 11, like 20 to 12, which then meant I got home at, like, 12:30. If you're watching for a bit and you're a little curious, why'd you name it? Essentially, it just came up as a name randomly. I don't think there's any sort of rhyme or reason behind it. I think the first time I remember using it was, so there was this old Flash game called Tanks, which we would play at school. School I went to, the primary school I went to, was quite, it was very small. There was like 10 people in a year, but that meant that we had like a decent budget, I guess, because there's less people to share it around. So they had like, 10 computers that you could just, be on at lunchtime or whatever. And it was only for like the entire 2 years, so year 5 and year 6 could only use them. So we would just play like Flash games during the thing. And we played Tanks. And it was a name that I chose. I think it's something to do with, like, there's always this weird thing when people are like making fake planet names, like alien names, it's like aliens from the planet Zog, or at least where I lived. So I think it sort of comes from that, but I'm not entirely sure. But hello, hello. You are the second person to say hello there today. We're actually gonna potentially play some Star Wars at some point on stream. It's just very awkward. So I tried, you know, I tried testing out. Ghost wants me to play Star Wars Episode 1. So I was like, you know, I'll test it, check it works on the stream and everything. And it's just so inconsistent. It plays at like 15 FPS, and then like 20 FPS, and then it's like 30 FPS. And like 30 FPS is fine because it's a PS1 game, whatever. You know, that's just where it should be. But it literally drops down to like 15 FPS. It's super clunky, and I'm like, is there a way I can fix this? Final Fantasy 14. I feel so bad for Final Fantasy 14 at the minute because like I bought, right? I haven't had a chance to even play Lotro. Like I haven't been on in 3 days, right? But I bought like the what is it? Is it the Ultimate Collector's Edition or the Collector's Complete Edition? That was it. Yeah, Collector's Complete Edition. So that I think has every expansion in it. So I bought that because I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna buy it, I may as well go and get, you know, everything. And that comes with like 30 days with it. I haven't played it yet. I think I made a character, and then I couldn't make a character on the server that I was like gonna be doing. So I like saved the character. I think you can save like a preset or something, but I haven't made the character yet. Is it Rosnagar? However you're supposed to say it. Thank you for the tier 1 there. Much appreciated. I'll say Ross. Roz? I'll say Roz. Then I can't. You know. Get it wrong, I guess. I'm terrible with names. Yeah, there we are. That works. But yeah, I wasn't able to make a... I mean, there's that as well. I assume that I say everything wrong. You know? So I'm... I read like every name in like 3 different ways. I'm like, how do we... What? How do we... But yeah. I bought as I said, I bought the like thing. It was like 60% off or something. You know, it was like £28 or something. And I was like, you know, that is far less than I've ever spent on, you know, any expansion in this game. You know, and that's for everything. You know, I spent like 100 whatever pounds for the ultimate bundle of like Mortal upwards. And I spent £28 to get, yeah, some expansions. And I think it also technically costs less per month as well, right? But yeah, I was going to play it, and then I was like, hey, you can't make a character. And I'm like, 8? Cool, I guess I... Oh, no, I know what it was. So I made the character, but then I had to go to work later that night. So I was like, you know what, I'll make the character, and then when I get back, I'll go play it. Yeah, it makes sense. When I get back from work. And it didn't let me make the characters, so I don't think I like went back to it, which was really weird. But it is certainly there, available to go. I don't know if I've got any of my my time left, but whatever works. I mean, in a realistic world, right? If I'm going to be playing it, I'll probably continue to play it, so the 30 days for free isn't really a big deal because I already got a good deal on just the expansions as a whole. So it ultimately, I don't think it's a big deal. I really wish I wasn't using these earrings because that is same amount of tactical mastery plus 12 and some less crit rating, but also more will. But sadly, not gonna happen. I think it's one of those things where, you know, as usual, it's like the more you buy, the better value it is, right?
To defeat the warriors. Let us use their courage against them.
Thank you.
Oh, that would be
He is now at peace.
an interesting concept, yeah. Like, if I decided one day I didn't want to go VIP on here, I wouldn't lose much, I don't think. I think the only thing I would lose at the moment... There's two things I would lose. First one I'd lose is my mobile mailbox. Big deal. Secondly would just be the VIP bonus. What bag plugin do I use? I use Prime Bag. Though recently there was an update which has made me kind of hate it a little bit more, but that's me just being nitpicky, I guess. But yeah, Prime Bag's quite nice. There was an update, as I said, that made it, I think, in my opinion, worse. But so I'd obviously lose the 500 a month. But I don't really have much to, like, Lottery points a month. But I don't really have anything to spend them on right now. I don't actually know. Because, okay, so I would still have Bilbo, because I used the code. No, I guess actually, yeah, I'd lose Wildwoods, I'd lose Blood of Azog, and technically I think I'd lose quite a bit of Eriador, because I don't think I ended up buying all of Eriador. I think I was just like, you know what, I've got it with the VIP, done. There's no point in me buying the Eriador bundle, because I'm getting them with VIP. So am I just renting Eriador? I used the code for Bilbo. Yeah, so I'd still have Bilbo. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, I did use that. Yeah, that's a really good point. Sorry, it's because I'm thinking so much about the free-to-play recently. I forgot that code existed. Yeah, I used that on both accounts. Yes. That is a point. I was testing you. That was it. I was just testing you. I wonder if you have VIP, but don't... Like, if you have VIP, but obviously didn't use the code, can you still buy the Eriador bundle? And can you still buy the, like, quest packs? Or does it lock you out until you, like, go premium? No? Okay. I thought as much. I was just wondering if you could be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go VIP for a bit, play the game, and then use, like, my, you know, Lotro points for 4 months or however much the Eriador bundle is. Build your own lifetime account. That's an interesting concept. Having VIP status also has some elements that some users find undesirable. Need to pay a monthly fee unless the VIP is a lifetime. Inability to purchase quest packs, skirmishes, and other elements unlocked while VIP. I can understand why they wouldn't let you do it, right? But I think it should still be an option. Maybe, like, have a warning. Be like, this content is provided by your account being VIP. Would you still like to purchase this? Like, if they had an extra option like that and still allowed you to buy it, you know? Because I know there's the confirmation menu, but you can also skip that, because I've skipped it, because otherwise I, like, talk myself out of it, which may sound really dumb. But, well, yeah, that's good. I can imagine that. Oh, could you imagine if they were like, yeah, you, it's only for new players? If you've previously bought something? They're like, yeah, just start a new account, it's fine. I've said if they were to sell Lifetime again, I would buy it in, like, an instance. Or in an instant. I would probably be in an instance as well. But I would certainly, as soon as it was available, be like, yes. Like, I've had a few people come in chat before and talk about their, like, oh, I spent, you know, whatever, £150 or whatever on Lifetime when it was, you know, available, or like £200, whatever it was. And I'm just like, yep, you have certainly spent less than I have throughout this entire game. But I think they've said they have no real plans And I can see why they wouldn't. But also, aren't they supposed to be doing something to the monetization? Oh, also, I think this hasn't happened since I've been on stream. But, I don't know if it's ever something that I mentioned. Maybe I like to think myself more important than I am in the world of Lotro. But I don't know if anybody saw, but Cordovan has finally done something that I have said they should do for ages, which is get questions for a Q&A or for his Friday stream from the subreddit. You know? Yeah, I've had people being like in World Chat be like, yeah, I played this like 6 years ago and you know, I came back and I had like 20,000 lottery points. I'm like, what? Yeah, I saw that and I was like, I've been saying this for months. That's why I'm like, I don't think it's because I said it. I think ultimately it's a logical progression. But I'm certainly glad to see it. So yeah. Unfortunately, I am at work on Friday, which means I won't be able to tune into Cordovan streams anymore. So that's going to be fun. Or not fun, I guess. I say we should do a weekly, like, a condensed version of Cordovan streams every Friday or whatever. You know, watch through the hour, condense it down to its main points, have a 5-minute video that just goes through everything. Like, done. Easy. I think I talked about that before. Well, no, we were like, let's critique on the stream. Let's do that. Because I remember someone did it with patch notes. At least at some point, there was someone who was like, you know, going through patch notes and sort of explaining it and stuff like that.
The time is now. We are as ready as we will ever be.
For now, though, Friday, this Friday, the 20th, is currently my my planned day for the next free-to-play video. Yeah, that was sort of my thoughts. And also the ability to just explain things maybe a bit better. Because I think, you know, I do the same thing, but, you know, especially when you're in a stream sort of thing, you can get distracted and sidetracked and stuff. So I think having a condensed version is also a really nice thing. You know, if someone else isn't doing it, then why not do it yourself? But do that and then have some, you know, some video behind it. Theoretically, can't you get a lifetime account if you buy 32 of the 12-month codes? 32 12-month codes. I mean, can you buy codes separately? Anymore? Yeah, I got like 32 years. I'll copy anybody. Do you know there's only been one time in my life I've ever bought like a time code, like a membership code, right? And it's the dumbest story ever, right? Actually, no, there might be twice. Alright. But I remember the one that sticks out of my head, which I think was the only one, right? Which was really kind of dumb. Was, so I really wanted to play, at the time was just RuneScape. It wasn't old school RuneScape. I think it was like RuneScape 2 era. But, probably about 2007, 2008. So I think it's RuneScape 2. So I wanted a 30-day code. So I begged and begged to to get one of those because it was however much it was, let's say £10. And I don't know how I did it. But I ended up using it on like the wrong account or something. I think I had like 2 accounts or something, because I think the idea was like, oh, one can chop wood while I'm doing other stuff and I can make money, and clearly an amazing idea. So I ended up, I think, using it, or I like activated it on the wrong email account. So I was like, oh, yeah, no, I activated it on the wrong email account. So basically it was, I either could start a new account with membership or just sort of continue with my free-to-play, and I didn't have the heart to tell my parents that I had just wasted their money, basically. You spend 3,000 euros, you can get 32 years of game time in Lotro. That'd be an interesting clickbait title, would it not? I got a lifetime account in Lotro. How I made my account lifetime in 2020. I mean, 2021. Is it bad that I just, in my brain, actually thought it was 2020 still? I think I just, I think I ended up playing free-to-play. I don't think bonds were available at the time, so it's not like I could really do much. 2014. I think last year just didn't happen. That's my opinion. Follow Halberad. I hate when they say follow and then they just take forever to actually show up. Like, I'll just actually move. 2020, 2021, same year. Yeah, but I felt like that was, you know, I don't even want to contact customer service now. Or customer support now. I mean, maybe it's because of the quality of the customer support in this game, but, you know. I'm like, I don't want to make a fuss. Enjoy 93% off Lotro coupons and promo codes August 2021. What? I want this. I want 93% off everything. I get lifetime for barely anything then. I'm sure those are legit codes. How's this work? Oh, okay, okay. So this very interesting website does coupons. So I click on it. So Lotro is offering an extra 93% off your purchase. I click it. I was like, interested. Guess what code it is? Guess what code I am being suggested to use?
I am grateful for the lives you have saved.
Get a dev account? Then we can get those dev
Friends we have
tools, right?
lost.
Yep. It is Lotro Free Quests. What an amazing code. Should we just use the, what is it? The DNT tool thing? The problem is I've now fed into the issue because, so the way the code works on here is it tells you when it was last used, but I clicked it. So it now counts me as using it, which then means someone else might find it and be like, oh, this works. Ah, this. So yeah, I'm just going to get this item real quick. If the devs want to just give me that item real quick, that would be much appreciated. And maybe this Ring of Developer Benevolence as well, possibly. I'm not quite sure. There's also a jetpacking game, apparently. There's at least an item called a jetpack. I think it's a Hobnanigans thing. I could be wrong. I mean, this is certainly at least a useful item. Yeah, Hobbit jetpack, the decaying backpack, the one jetpack. Sorry, yeah, Hobbit jetpack, decaying jetpack, the one jetpack, the two jetpack. Traveling rations. I mean, they must do if they're still in game, right? Because I got sent one. Yeah. I got sent one on Tarvelard, I think. A character. Maybe Fayrand. I think it was Fayrand. I can get the Grey Company outfit. Yay. How much are they worth? I actually don't have my my things, so I can't tell, but they're worth 50 silver. 50 copper rather. That's how that works.
Oberod told me his decision.
I don't know if they'd be on sale. Right, what do I prefer? I think I prefer the Grey Company, like this Grey Company.
You do not need me to tell you these things.
Damn. The most I've seen, because it was something I had searched for, because it was something I was interested in, was the idea, the concept of a free cam in-game. Because I was like, imagine the, like, shots I could get, you know, I could record for videos if there was a free cam. Like, just, you know, I think that makes sense. And someone had, like, tried with Cheat Engine and basically removed the zoom limit. So you could just zoom super far out. There wasn't really anything else other than that, but, you know. All I'm saying is, SSG,
How can this
please let me have a free cam.
I am worried about Golodir.
Thank you.
It may be Halbarad's decision, but I would not leave even if he ordered me.
I love how this is, like, the super easiest set of quests in the world. It's just, go talk to a ranger. Oh, cool. You're done.
Are we anything more than the flickering of a candle in a gale? Something so ancient.
I think it just...
Sure Theodred will find
I think eventually there's... Actually, I don't know. It was a very old video, and it was not very well recorded. And I don't think I can find it again. So I don't know what website it was on. I mean, I don't even think it was hosted on YouTube. But, because obviously with war steeds, you can zoom out far further than regular steeds, right? And just regular than normal. Because they just zoomed out from here. I think they were at the... You know, in the Shire where the... I don't know why I remember this. They were at the Shire where the waterfall kind of thing is, where the brigands are, and they just zoomed out really far, and eventually it just sort of becomes all green, I think. But I don't think the game does, like, culling or anything, right? It's just level of detail. Because it's an MMO, I assume they've just got to keep everything loaded at the same time. I guess unless there is nobody there. But yeah. Maybe we can find it. Let me have a look if I can, here it is. Found a video. Right here. So someone, oh no it was. They were in this, they are near a waterfall, but it's in Bree. Here it was. So the camera was detached. So this is actually the one I saw. Sorry, there was another one I think. So the camera was detached, which also I think was a very interesting idea. Because obviously, you know, free cam is better, but you could do a lot with that, I think, as well. This is 2019 as well. So not too long ago in the grand scheme of things. Like, I think that would have been during 64-bit client era, so there's also that. But yeah. You could probably, like, I know it's not much, but... Oh, actually, I didn't see this bit. Does the camera reattach? Yeah, I think it was late. Oh, I think that crashes it. This is the one I saw, unlimited zoom. So it looks like if you had left the area, it crashed. So this is what unlimited zoom out looks like. Which, again, could be really interesting for, like, you know, screenshots and stuff. Like, you could get screenshots of Bree, possibly. Like, bet you could fit more in a, you know, screenshot. Because there's still... Oh, saw the camera zoom in real quick then. Because there's some things on the there's some stuff on the wiki from when like some devs like up in like super high up in the air of Bree, from when the devs ended up putting I think it might have been on one of the test servers, but they like put a load of items on the floor so you could climb up to the like sky. But yeah. Certainly certainly interesting, and it's something I would be like,
Be well on the road.
I'd
and give
like
your
to see in the
courage
future,
to
just
fail
like
you.
a free cam, obviously
Stay
with
safe on the road,
limitations,
my
but I
friend.
think something like a photo mode or whatever
It has been
um,
an honor
would
to
be
travel with you. The Grey
pretty
Company owes you much.
well, like I don't think you
I
could
understand
necessarily go
Prince
wrong
David
with
has
that, if that makes
established a
sense. Like
camp in the Heathfells.
I'm sure that like, especially if you put the proper limitations on it, like no clipping through walls or something, like which is probably relatively easy to do. I don't think there would be any issues with it. I don't think anybody would have problems with it. Selfie with Sarah Oakart and photo mode? I mean, of course. I mean, you would have to, like, sit down to be at the same height, but, you know. I think, you know, we were talking about emotes, right? Because I you know, as I was saying, for the emotes, the person I would like to get emotes off does a minimum of 6. And, the idea was that we had like 4, I think, chosen. Maybe we should just have a Sarah Oakart emote. You know? Should that just be a thing? Not if you're a Hobbit. I mean, yeah, but imagine playing Hobbit. Wolfmaster emote. Because I think we did have a list, right? We had a list. I talked to Ghost about it a little bit as well. Let me get it up as well. So the list was originally our character, Renaborn probably, you know, the Isengard Dispeller uniform. Something to do with stairs, which I'm a bit impartial on that one. Could easily switch that out for another. Something to do with farming. The level 20 headstone. So like a gravestone with 20 and a cross through it. Something like that, because, you know, undying. Even though I've been pretty good at getting undying recently. We were thinking a quest ring. Lotro points. I think the quest ring could work. I don't think a Lotro points would be good. In my opinion. I forgot this place existed. Until just this second. It's weird because it's like just this very small area. With just a really massive horse. Essentially. Oh, speaking of horses, let's get the stable master over here. LP seems more relevant than quest rings. I just think there could, just for like safety's sake, I think there could be more issues if I would have like a Lotro point over a quest ring. If, like, you know. Because with marks, I think it's fine, but with, like, I don't know how, like, SSG would, if they would care in any way, but technically at that point you are charging, to be a sub, you know, to use them, you're technically charging to use an icon from their game. Whereas a quest ring, I think, can be a bit more ambiguous. Lotro points is more of a, like, oh, that's from that. You know, I could probably get away. I mean, like, multiple games have quest rings. You know? If it sort of makes sense. I mean, as I said, I've got the marks thing. And I'm kind of just waiting for the day where they're like, can we not? Yeah. But it's just an interesting thing to be a little bit cautious of, I guess. Because you never know. They could say yes one moment and then suddenly be like, you know, someone new comes into the company and be like, actually, nah. But yeah, I think I can ask. I just think when it's sort of close to sign. Because I'd actually...
It is welcome,
We've only got
friend.
5 emote slots, right? So I was thinking we could do 5 and then we could do like... I was thinking for like sub badges, doing like shards. In a similar vein to like colored shards. Or rings. There was also the rings thing. Probably in the design of like Ithalan shards. Because Ithalan shards I think look better. Ithalan and Dwaragleam shards look ultimately better than like Adamant and Aquamarine. Also, has anybody ever gotten an Aquamarine shard? I've never seen one in the game at all. And I'm convinced they don't exist. But maybe I'm just completely wrong. I don't think I've ever seen one. I've seen every other shard but that. And it
David
confuses me.
has come back to us
Ultimately.
from the study of the Dunlending clans.
I don't know I did that. Yeah, I've never seen one. So I don't know. But yeah, just like colored stuff. Because you only need like 4, like what, 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 6 month, 12 month. I think is like, so that's 5. Because I could just get 12. Because I think the money I got from Twitch this month basically covers, I think, 12 emotes or 12 icons or whatever. So I was like, you know, reinvestment, as it were.
Oh, hello there.
You sound
Say
so
it,
happy to see me.
Esquire.
Oh, hello there. It's actually Obi-Wan in the Lord of the Rings universe. That's what it is. Blue Ring, the normal, then mission, and epic. Yeah, 12 month is actually the session play. That's what we should do. Everybody loves session plays. Actually not too bad, I just think it can take you out of it. It's weird because, like, I can understand session plays kind of make you want to get more invested, but I feel like session plays take me out of it a bit more. Which is, I think, the opposite of the intended use. But yeah, we were talking about rings. Not necessarily quest rings, but like rings of power. With different like gems in them. Can you show the map? The whole Lotro world? Technically, yes. So we're in this area, and then Dunland. And then this is Eriador. And then this is Middle-earth. King of Ramen Shin. Thank you for the follow as well. I'm glad my alerts are working because they weren't working earlier. Yeah. So you got Eriador, Rohan, Gondor, Mordor, and I swear I can't pronounce it, so I always try not to. Rovanian? Rovanian? Are all the places you can go. We've talked about Rune a lot, and Harad and Khand, but we've never really talked about Forodwith. Could that be a place they... Because they like this top area of the map, you know? Recently. So maybe that could be... Especially because, like, you know, Gundabad moving into... I mean, yeah, it's like, what was it? I think, was it the two of us that were trying to find out, like, the furthest you can go out? I think it was 4. But they sort of skip a lot, because it's like, there. Like, this is just so much. Like, this is a large enough area in itself. And then... I think I found 5. Just now. I don't know if we ever found 5. Someone, at least, was trying to work out... Because we had a conversation on stream about it. It was a while ago, for sure. Trying to find out how many right clicks out of getting to Middle-earth. Yeah, that does seem a bit weird to me. Like, I kind of do find it very weird. Yeah. It was a while ago, though. But I found 5. Yeah, that is something that has always sort of bothered me a little bit, is Mordor. I was going to say Mordor feels like it doesn't fit because of the colors, but I also understand why it's kind of this more grey color. And this is more like prosperous and green,
Saruman does have an
for
army.
example.
He's keeping it inside Isengard.
I really
for
need
now.
to go find a Forge Master. I think there's one down here. Yeah. I could understand it when it was like not released content, so it's like you can't get in here. But it does seem a little out of place. But also, I guess, you know, when you think about Mordor, is really, I was about to say the only way to get in Mordor past the Black Gate. Technically, you can go through Minas Tirith, or Minas Morgul, rather. But I don't think that's an intended way. So I could see it as being like a, almost like a funneling system. I think 5 is the maximum. Yeah, I think without being in like, obviously you can go in locations and then right click. So I think that would also take you to 5. Unless you could somehow get into Isengard, the pits of Isengard, then go out, you know? But I think from anywhere on the map, technically, it's 5. Also, what am I doing? Where is Theodred? Where is he? There he is. Found him. Don't mind me. Let us first go
Welcome, my friend.
to
Your
Reforge.
age is welcome, friend.
Let's not refund our lottery points. Basically, both of those are garbage. And that one's less garbage. Easy.
I am devising a plan.
So yeah, it's probably
Once
still
all
5
is
then.
ready, I want you to be a part of it. We know that Saruman has a much larger force of Uruks than we do of men.
I mean, ultimately, wasn't there a there is a video. I'm not even asking why there is a video, but there is a video that goes through, like, you know, game map sizes. And I think Lotra is within, like, other than sort of the ridiculous ones where it's like No Man's Sky. I'm on Evernight
Stronger.
currently.
I need to make them
Um,
stronger.
You know, it's certainly within the top 10, at least in that video. I think it's bigger than like WoW and stuff, right?
Prove it is so.
Was I supposed to? Yeah. There's just obviously a lot. I think it's, you know, an advantage.
Well, what do you think of their
It's an advantage and a disadvantage, right? Of like the you know, content already being there because they can just adapt it from the books and stuff. So they can focus more on actually making it rather than thinking it up, I guess, is the way you can see it. But it's also they can't just make stuff up, so I guess they're also limited in that regard. But I think it's, you know, a good thing they've got so much work to adapt from, ultimately. And there's also a lot of, like, open-ended stuff, right? So it's not fully fleshed out. So they also do have at least some work to, stuff to work from. Bottom right of that image. Oh, I just saw Oblivion and I wanted to play Oblivion. Can I play Oblivion on stream? The answer is yes, but also no. So Daggerfall is like, yeah, I mentioned that it was like, as the Elder Scrolls games go on, the maps just feel smaller. I don't know if that's why I prefer Oblivion, you know? It's just a bigger map. The reason I prefer Oblivion over Skyrim, I personally think Oblivion is a better game than Skyrim, in my opinion,
My men are practicing
is
a technique to
because
help them fight from horseback.
I can go back to Oblivion and I can still find stuff I don't know, even though I've arguably played Oblivion more than I have Skyrim still. Whereas I feel like it's just, you know, Skyrim gets repetitive for me. Which is kind of upsetting. We need Mordor. We have Mordor. I have a door to go to Mordor. Storm. Oh, Storm of Mithrandir. We need more Mordor. We need more Mordor doors. I'm still trying to just like work out the longest way I can keep saying.
Very good.
We need more
The skill
Mordor
throwing
doors
the nets is improving with
to
each
go
pass.
through the Mordor door. Should be Mordor housing. That's totally what should happen. That'll be good. But yeah, I would love to. I've been meaning to, like, I've got Oblivion installed, and I think I've still got Skyrim installed and stuff. It's just whenever I launch them, they will launch and then immediately crash, and it just really sucks.
We
So I
need
just wanna
every
play-
man to be ready for what
I
I
just
have in
wanna
mind
play.
is dangerous.
Skyrim and Oblivion. Does Mordor have good dental? I mean, have you seen some of the orcs' teeth? Oh, 73. Nice. That is a trait point in here, right? Yellow. Let me just check. Yellow Runekeeper. I think we're here, and then we go at 75. No, we have to wait till 77 till our next thing in here. Or we go 75 and go into here. I'm not sure. Because I like flashing images. For a short duration after using Steady Hands, a switch attunement, using a skill which returns you to neutral attunement will activate Steady Hands effect again. Which the idea behind that is you would get to high battle attunement, use Steady Hands, which is, I don't even know where, here, use your healing Epic for the Ages, which would then return you to neutral. No, it doesn't. Damn it. This one does. Words of Exaltation does. It returns you to neutral attunement, and then you are instead back up to full battle attunement. I thought that Epic for the Ages gave you neutral attunement. I guess it doesn't. I guess I'm dumb. Ooh. Kind of like a... Is this kind of like a precursor to Epic Battles? I guess not, it's just an instance, but it feels like... Isn't it the next one where you actually go into Isengard? Feels like a weird precursor to Epic Battles. And then they were like, yeah, we should do more of this. And make it its big own thing. And then they did like 7 of them, and then went, nah, let's not do that again. I guess after the final one, and the revelation at the end of that. Kind of leaves it on a good point to end, in a sense. But yeah, I should probably, like, I've got 41 points, but I still haven't done a ton of these. Any of them, in fact, I don't think. Right? I've done 1. So, I have 7 more trait points just waiting for me to do anything. Master of Illusion. Words of Grace, 30 more things. Does that mean that if I were to do Prelude of Hope, I could get that done today, technically? And that's another trait point. While these guys are talking, let's just heal ourselves consistently. Don't mind me, just constantly healing you. I'm basically just being your bodyguard. You can't die now. It's just, it won't happen. Can't happen. Who am I talking to? Talk to Sistan in the middle of the ford. This is totally not an annoying sound after a while. No, I just want to heal myself. This is the sort of thing I do on my days off, apparently. I actually did spend, like, a pretty decent while on my burglar? No, it was on Faerun originally, I think. I think on my burglar for a little bit. Just doing this. Obviously not the healing aspect, but, like, just using the same skill over and over again. Far too often. And it's essentially what I need to do for my minstrel as well. Are we going to be done? Let's hope they allow me to have 30 skills. Otherwise, we've got to wait until tomorrow if they give me like 25. But I think we're over 20. Alright. So it'll either be like 198 or it'll be 200. Whichever works. And let's not. Well, hey, a class trait point. Totally earned. Probably. Through the legitimate way that you're supposed to earn that. And an extra 5 lottery points. Always nice to see. Yo, Grimbold. Ha! He's laughing at me. Not a fan. I feel insulted. So I guess another thing we need to do, we have got Tail of Rage. Wrath of Flame skills. I've used it 6 times. They are up here. So I could do that, but that's, I think, one of the things that we're going to go to our, training dummy and go do. Because it kind of, it's something that needs to be done, right? But it kind of ruins the aesthetic in a way. I know that sounds really dumb, but it kind of ruins the aesthetic a tiny bit if I'm using flame skills on Palpatine. His whole shtick is lightning. Technically, I guess you could say the healing is kind of out of character, but the dark side is a pathway to many skills that people find unnatural. Are you gonna let me kill you? You're not in line of sight. I'm sure I did not quote that properly, but I'm also slightly confused. Please don't, attack me. I could have killed you. Don't do this to me. Nope, he's just gonna stand there. Enter the map table and complete a Daring Strike midday.
Theodred came to the gates of Isengard by midday, and the Uruks array before him readied for his assault.
I'm really interested to see if the provision is here. Okay, I literally am not able to move from this part. It's a really weird barrier. It's kind of like triangular. This invisible wall. Because, it's like the tip isn't even in the middle. Kind of juts up. And then lets me go down. 400 kilometers squared. I mean, it is still obviously quite large, though. I mean, I think that's one of those numbers where I'm like, I can't even comprehend that. The riders have begun their attack. These guys are just attacking mid-air. Look at this guy. He's just attacking nothing. Unless he's attacking a half-orc, I guess, and they're turning on each other. But I think he was an Urukai. So weird. That was not all of them. Stay alert. Stay very alert. We are gonna succeed in killing all of you. My mouse is... I was trying to turn. I just wanted to 180. 180 no scope lightning kill. That's what I wanted to do. We're gonna have a troll or something, or nope. Sounds like a big one. That kind of makes sense. He's on a horse. It's been so long since I've done these quests. Defeat netted Uruk warriors. That kind of just feels unfair, you know? You're stuck in a net, and now I'm killing you. Just feels a little unfair. Also, these nets are really bad, because the moment electricity touches them, they disintegrate, apparently. Okay. Examine the map. But I'm done. Okay. Feels weird. This could just be one really long instance. I don't understand why I keep coming back. Because it's not like I'm getting a quest completion in between. Just like... Yeah, I don't really understand why. I guess to have a breather? Maybe? Could be an idea. But it just doesn't, I think, flow very well. Or as well as it could, I guess. I'd use this skill more. I'd use this skill more. Even if I don't actually use the skill, I still need to use rebuttal and concession. Concession and rebuttal, rather. I don't even know what it does. Grants you additional effects to following skills. Sustaining bolt returns power, as well as morale, which is useful. Rite of Lightning applies max rank of debuff. Oh, that's actually quite useful. I think. And then what else? Epic Conclusion relieves a trailing damage over time for a portion of the damage. So Epic Conclusion. I think it's going to be missing, right? But I want to see these in action. Because, yeah, if you're out of combat for 9 seconds, it's got a duration of 3 minutes. But then if you're out of combat for 9 seconds, it comes off. Which, yeah, it kind of sucks, but I kind of get it. Shocking Wise slows targets for 5 seconds after being stunned. I like the idea of Epic Conclusions. Like, the whole get power from sustaining bolt is a bit boring, in my opinion. But yeah, I can see why it would be the whole in-combat thing, because otherwise you just click it every 3 minutes and you just have that consistently, and you've got constant damage. Whereas, you know, you then sort of have to pick when you use it. Or if you do use it, then you just have to make sure you're staying in combat as consistently as you can, I guess. Discover the Pillar of the White Hand. And we're gonna listen to his words. I think I may have seen this video. Or I certainly have seen, like, obviously I know the channel. So yeah, I would say if there was anyone that would get this correct, it would probably be this person. I think they are. They're very good at what they do. I actually support them on Patreon as well.
The Uruks pursued us as we
feared. Travel back. But yeah, this, as I was saying earlier, this could just be an epic battle. You know? Instead of like, kind of like 5 or 10 different instances kind of stitched together in a sense. I think it could work as almost an epic battle. Maybe like a dumbed down epic battle, and then when you get to the real ones, kind of step it up a little bit. May as well just aggro everybody, eh? Yeah, these guys are 75, and this is sort of where I think we can feel the Because we're actually underleveled now. But I think this is where we can sort of start feeling the armor and I guess also my runestone start to kind of fall behind a little bit. Though I'm still obviously basically killing him. Hey, it's Morflag. It's our boss from before. I'm sorry, Morflag. You need to cease. I do love when it's like, hey, defeat stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna go set down my all my skills real quickly. Really? You just... Oh, now you decide to monologue. Okay. The entire reason I just said I like when it does that is now completely counteracted. Right, epic conclusion, and then there's a trailing damage over time. I'm gonna die. Okay, I was literally saying I was fine, and then I almost got wrecked. If he actually hadn't have given up, I would have died. That is a slight issue. I do think.
25th of February, as my prince prepared
It's not
for
the
one
25th
last
of February.
Journey to lands we know not.
I guess. Yeah, I have a load of points. I may as well up stuff, right? More damage. Scribe Spark. Do I even use Scribe Spark? I do, yeah. I'm really bad at remembering skill names. It's just something I'm really bad at. Oh. From a distance, I thought they had stabbed their spears through them. Or there were just spears stabbed through them, and that's how they were burying them. That just kind of felt wrong a little bit. I would just wait, don't we? Just chill out. Do what I can for Theodred. Theodred, right? That's his name. I feel like with Runekeeper, you can ruin any moment, and this is just how. I feel like that just ultimately kind of just ruins any somber moment. I mean, I could have put down my healing runestone instead. Not sure if that would necessarily help him get out of this. Is that Morflag? It is Morflag. I didn't kill him, though. Well. Good thing I didn't, because if I tried to, I probably would have died. Let's be quite honest with ourselves. Very problematic. Probably. Edoras. Wait a minute. I thought I went back to thingy at the end of that chapter. That book, rather. Huh. Okay. I'm really, really, like, out of sync with, I guess, everything. Right. At the very least, we're done with that. I guess technically I can go... If I can get to Galtrev from here, then I can go back to Bree, right? And then I can go get my
Your
VIP
aid is
thing.
welcome, friend.
Yeah. So Galtrev, Bree, or wherever. And get the VIP bonus. So I can sell all my junk, repair all my other junk, and continue from there. I do wonder if it's worth getting ourselves... I can't go south pretty quick. I wonder if it's worth pre-making the armor. Like, if I go Taylor Westfold... can I... Yeah, Rise of Isengard stuff? Is that better? I don't know. But I need jeweler. I want to basically see if I can make a rune stone. Basically. Because the jewelry's fine. It's not great for us, but I can go make a spare one of 75 or whatever. But instead of the guild stuff. But rune stones is what I'm interested in. So I can make a reshaped flint runestone, or rather obsidian runestone. Not that it ultimately matters. For 7-day cooldown, 4 high-grade Kalanard ingots, 2 polished green garnets, 7 legendary fragments, 2 cracked rye Helvark sigils, and a worn symbol of the Elder King. I think the worn symbol we can get from a skirmish camp. Certainly the second age stuff we can get from the skirmish camp. I'm not too sure about the first age, though. I will be off now to go check that after I sell some stuff. I have now sold some stuff. Yeah, so I don't know about the... I think the sigils you can. I think. Legendary fragments I have spares of. If not, I can get them probably just from deconstructing these items. And then the rune satchel I can also get because I have a tailor, which works out very well.
Did you need something?
So first stage symbol, 75, so I can get one of those real easy. I could also just get a satchel at 75 if I want one, or I can melt them. And then crafting.
Did you need something?
Special ingredients, and they're 158 each. Yikes. Yeah, and then they just like basically went, yeah, this stuff's really expensive now. Tough. Compared to, you know, 181 for a Zircon shard. 181 medallions, no less. Imagine if they eventually just went, you know what? You can just buy Ithalon shards now. How about that? Makes sense?
What can I do for you?
Okay. So, whilst I am here, I do want to check the classic vendor.
Greetings.
Because I've got these. I've got the gloves of the 7 stars, and it's going to be awkward to find out what stuff it is. But I want to go find... Because I am not the level. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too big a deal for us. I also think I have some. But I also think it's one of those things where like essences aren't going to be a big deal for us on this character because we're not like going end game at like 100, for example. We're just going to be going to like, you know, we're going to get to 100 and then we're going to go 106, or you know, we'll get to 105 and then we'll go 106, and then like even the basic armor is going to be better than like basically the top end armor of 105, pretty much. And especially if we're going from average 105 gear to average or better than average 106 gear, it's going to be a big jump, I think, as well. And then a one at 15, we can actually just buy a load of essences for moats if we really want to. Some like relatively decent ones, I think. And probably by the time we get there, it will be like, it's going to be like, 140 anyway. So we got some maximum level 70s. It's not really what we're after. And it looks like stat-wise, very specific stuff. Because, yeah, this is actually specifically Runekeeper stuff, which I decided is not worth it in comparison to the 7-star stuff. At least in my opinion. Yeah, I get a bit more vitality, I get a bit more will. I get some outgoing healing with what I have. So I get like more fate and more crit, but I get less from the set bonuses. So overall, I think it's better. For your Lord of the Rings Online? Wait, what? Oh, Skull of Thorog. That's an item I didn't realize existed. I need to set this. Oh, actually, I guess Barad Guldur, 65 to 75. I want light though, right? Light. Yeah, this stuff isn't as good. And then, yeah, this is 85. Which is obviously significantly better. But 85. Is there any 75s though? I guess since I'm looking in light armor, I can sort of Helagrod Epic Light. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to be probably... yeah, I'm going to probably be using Tailor armor. That's alright. No big deal there, I don't think. Oh, also, I have Scrolls of Empowerment, which I should probably chuck in here. So there's a 65, so we can get rid of those. So I could have probably put them on a different character, but not to worry. Scrolls of Empowerment, 75. And then we got Scroll of Delving, max 65, so that's also kind of useless. Again, I could have kept it, but hey, not a big deal. I can easily get 65 empowerments and delvings and what have you. They're not too difficult to get, if difficult at all. That's quite a nice necklace, but I don't think I need it. So yeah, I don't know if it's worth me getting a 75 per stage, or I can, and like having to get all the extra stuff, which I can get. It's just the high grade Kalanard ingots that are somewhat difficult to get. Or I could get a reforged Obsidian Runestone of the second age at 75, and I could just use thingamajigs for that, whatever they're called. Can't think of the name. What are they called? Ingredient packs. I'm on. Am I? Is that true? Tell me, is it true? Grimbold Camp. There we go. Yeah, you were busy playing Star Wars Battlefront. Being our good old friend Palpatine, who we are also being. I didn't realize Far Cry 2's map was so big, to be fair. I felt like Far Cry 2, I wanted to like... I think the, like... I think the only thing that stopped me playing and, like, completing Far Cry 2 is the, like, medicine thing.
We must not.
Personally. But maybe... that's just me.
It has been a long
Do I like the road thing? I think it's pretty cool. Oh, we do love bedrolls. We love laying in bedrolls in this game.
You should get what rest you can, my friend.
Oh no.
Try not to dwell upon the horror.
I haven't played it. I only played like the first like 5 minutes because I wanted to see how it ran. So I actually haven't played it. As I said, I just wanted to see how it like ran, you know. So that then one day we can play it on stream, and I know it will work. Same with Ape Escape. It's all set up, ready to go. Whenever we have a day we want to play that. But that's going to be happening more on our like night streams. I was going to play it, but then I was like, you know, I'll keep my memory of it as it is and see if how well I remember it when I actually go and play, if that makes sense. Like, see if what I remember matches up with what actually happens. We can get called out on the stream. But yeah, hey, it's Morflak. I killed you. No, I didn't. You can tell I didn't kill Morflak because he had a sword in his back, and I don't have a sword. Yeah, I was a little disappointed that I didn't cut through the door. I just had to walk through the door. I didn't have to like cut the door or anything. And Morflak has half the health he did during the actual thing, so. Okay, you just make me waste my skill. That sucks. Hey, we're in Evandon. Sorry, Everswim. Why am I not festivaling? I've got like 2 weeks left of the festival available, you know. It ends on the 30th. I don't want to burn myself out, which I did on Midsummer. To be fair, that's a lot of Mordorith. To be fair, I really was only focused on the festival for the map, thinking that I was going to get 3 of them, but I only ended up getting 2, which I guess is another thing I should check real quick. Because I don't know, maybe someone's selling it. Moria, Mirkwood, Misty Mountains, Shire. Neither of those I want. None of those I want. 160 for a map of Moria. 300 for a map you can get in about 10 minutes playtime. What on earth are people thinking? Clearly they're not selling. Please nobody ever buy stuff for that much. Especially when it's literally from a currently running festival. Just makes absolutely no sense. I'm just saying. We'll check for you, since a lot of this is just regular dialogue, to be honest. There's not really much to it. Let's go by unit buyout, because as we know, the higher people price stuff, clearly the better it is. Oh, to be fair, I do want that. I do. I can't see it because I haven't got the cloak. I need to sort out my cloak. There. I do want that, but I am not willing to spend 850 gold on that, even if I do have that much money. I do like this backpack as well, but again, not paying 500 gold for it. Nah, mate. Not happening. Who's crying? Oh, you. And what else do we have? Sheep mask, chicken mask. Yeah, these are all stuff you can get from the current event. Don't buy them. Wide brimmed hat. I like it, sort of. I just don't like how kind of jagged it is, if that makes sense. But what's the one you were looking at? The Yule something? Yule wintry backpack. That one. I quite like that. I think that's quite nice. Not really a backpack kind of guy. I can buy it. It's only 5 gold. There you go. There were 2 bids on that. Someone wanted it for half the amount. Should we do that? Should we do that thing we were talking about where we go like... where is it? Duration, right? Let's just get some, like, good bids in, right? But Bartley's thing. In 2 hours, I can get that for 50 gold cheaper if I wanted. So that's going to cost you 10 gold to obtain from me. Also, I can get rid of these shards. That's just how that works. Joking. When you log in, I'll give it to you. I will put it in my wardrobe probably because I do like it. And I think if I fill my wardrobe, it'll give me more excuse to buy more wardrobe, if that makes sense. Like, not having space means I'll probably buy storage rather than clear out storage. Ultimately. But this is what Palpatine's going to look like now. This is Palpatine now. I am a member of the Grey Company. It's everybody's favorite little creature. Okay, I am a prisoner. Held against my will. That's why I said earlier. I said you were playing Palpatine, and here we are playing Palpatine. Where am I? Rushgore. For some reason I looked over there, and in my head I thought I was in Rushok Bog. Not Rushok Bog. Midgewater Marshes. It's Nona! She has no eyes. We all love Nona. And it's Galadriel. What, Teresa? I've got Fable installed. Let's go play Fable. I really want to play Fable. It's on my desktop. I want to play it on stream. But I'm just like, I keep sitting on my desktop and going, yeah, I want to play. I love Fable. I have both Fable and Anniversary. Because I want to play Anniversary again to see if I like the look of it. I don't like the character models, at least for the children for sure. But I'm not as huge a fan of the character models as I am from, like,
such things are to
you know,
be expected after a battle. This
the Lost
dream of
Chapters,
yours is
for
an
example.
omen of dangerous times ahead.
So, I kind of want to see if I'm as into them anymore. Like, if I actually like them now. But as I said, Fable is probably one of, if not possibly my favorite game of all time. So it'll be fun to play.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
I'd say it's like, you know, Fable and Oblivion sort of thing. I really like most of the stuff that Lionhead made. I mean, Black and White and Black and White 2 were very good games. I always feel like they, you know, it's weird to me because there's Black and White and there's Black and White 2, right? The Lionhead God games. I still find it annoying that it's the only Pokemon game that has a like direct sequel, right? Because Pokemon has Black and White and then Black and White 2. And obviously it's not because Nintendo probably doesn't care. But it's just like, it almost feels like they did it just to screw with them. Black and White is Pokemon.
Some of my men who fought at the forge
Black and White
were
and Black and White 2 are Pokemon games. But there's also Black and White and Black and White 2, the Lionhead games. But Ghost. But I have both Black and White and Black and White 2 in disc.
We will seek to dispel
So.
them at all cost.
I never finished Black and White 2. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of those two games. I love Black and White and Black and White 2 by Lionhead Studios. But even at the top of this wiki page, it says this article is about the 2001 video game. For the Pokemon games, see Pokemon Black and White. So that's what I'm saying. It annoys me that there is a Black and White and Black and White 2, but then there's a Pokemon Black and White and a Pokemon Black and White 2. Because I'm like, you know, the one game where they made a sequel that's just 2. You know, obviously it's Pokemon Black and Pokemon White, and then it's Black 2 and White 2. But it's like when you say Diamond and Pearl and Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Like, you say the pair, you know? So although the game is technically called Black and Black 2, or White and White 2, still Black and White and Black and White 2. Because if you ever search up Black and White, like I tried to get screenshots at one point, I think, and it just comes up with Pokemon. 4 days until Titanic. Titanic happened ages ago. We have a more exciting thing happening in 4 days though. Arguably more exciting. Right? Okay, you don't even know what's happening in 4 days. But okay. Beast Slayer, Warg Slayer, and Ultra Quest. Nice. But so that comes out on the 20th. And our next free-to-play video is planned for the 20th. So, I mean, that's pretty exciting. It's been a while, you know? I mean, hopefully. My plan is the 20th. The more I say it, the more I'm held to it, you know? So yeah. There was a real pain to start editing day, because I continued, you know, editing, and it's very close to completion now. But, kept crashing on me. Which really sucked. Like, I was in the middle of editing, I literally clicked off for a second to go into a folder to get another piece of video, and it would just crash on me. Every time I clicked out of the window. crash. I think it's sorted now, but still annoying, to say the least. I can also kill people in this game. I have been doing that. Possibly too much. I'm probably, like... At what point am I a mass murderer, you know, in this game? I kill indiscriminately. Brigands, orcs, half-orcs, wargs. Nona.
I did not expect to see
No, I
you
never
again,
kill Nona.
friend. Why did you search for me, if not to join in my vengeance?
We're back
Cannot find
here.
your father anywhere in the village.
Bit of an awkward find and talk to Savulch at the Pool of the King if he's still there. So, it's not even in the village. It's outside the village. So, a little bit useless, but hey, whatever works. I think the pool is made of plastic. Possibly not. Which I realize is kind of a really dumb kind of issue I have, right? So, I've been talking about, you know, on the sort of later night streams where I'm, you know, come home from work and I'm going to try and stream more often after work now. At least that's the plan. I'm like, you know, I'll probably use that to, you know, why don't we play Oblivion or Black and White and, you know, other such things like that. Ape Escape, Star Wars Episode 1. Other stuff than Lotro. Biggest thing for me is, like, I'm fine playing them, but my brain's, like, trying to think of what I can title this stream, and I feel like that's my weird, like, thing that's holding me back almost. Be like, what am I going to title it? What would I put the stream title as? Which is just a really dumb,
Did you find something?
weird sort of limitation in a sense for me.
I do not believe in long farewells.
Why am I here? What is going on?
You long to see the Lady Galadriel.
Talk to Haldir and take you to see
This
Galadriel. I
young
guess
girl
Swan
who
Fountain.
accompanies you must be blindfolded
Ooh,
if
should we
she
put a
is to
Swan
enter.
Fountain in the
I have the
house?
blindfold right here.
Why?
This Dunlending girl who
I-
travels with you
Oh,
cannot be allowed to
she's
see the secret
blindfolded.
windows into Lothlorien.
Ah.
I must bind her eyes if she is to come with you to see the lady.
That's why she had a blindfold on. You watched Hell Incarnate yesterday. What is Hell Incarnate? Someone is who are utterly despicable or evil. Show. The Devil Incarnate is a 2013 movie. Oh, no. There we go. Hey, Galadriel. How can I say your name completely incorrectly on purpose? That's what I want to do. Galadriel. Galadriel. That's her name, right? Oh, so it's not called Hell Incarnate. You're just calling it Hell Incarnate. I was out here searching Hell Incarnate show. Trying to work out what you're on about. It's a Gandalf. Well, if you said I watched Hell Incarnate, I was like, you know, what's that? Is that a show? Did it come out recently? Of course it is. That only makes sense. Let's get out of here. I don't know what the last show I watched was. Oh, I watched My Hero today.
As far as I can. There is a
That
camp of elves
makes
not
sense.
far from here.
Might you spare a minute?
Oh, so I'm going down here. Interesting. When does this stuff become better? Like item level 77? Because these are like 67, right? Or 63. So 77. Technically, they're going to be better, right? But am I going to lose the stat bonuses? So I need to do something interesting. I say interesting. I just mean I just need to look something up. So light armor. Done landing. And then we make it a incomparable only. And then we make it armor. Oh no, we can't do armor on its own, right? So once again, it's awkward, right? Because it's better stats, but do I lose overall more will from the lack of set bonus? But at 75, I'm 76 technically, I am gonna lose my stuff. So I do need to eventually get this stuff. Like that is worse than, well, I know it's slightly better. I lose 10 tactical mastery, but I gain it from the fate or from the will. It shows either someone crying, getting hit, or someone begging for mercy. Fair. I guess. Whatever works. I mean, we'll have to craft it anyway, as I said. This stuff's level 70? No, I want level 75 stuff. No wonder it looks garbage. Okay. Cool. I don't want that then. I want Theodred. This should make a lot more sense now. So 155 will, 212 vitality, 215 vitality, and then 1102 crit rate. Did you see the thing with the thing doing stuff that with the weird thing going there? What? You make no sense. Yeah, so I lose crit, but I gain health and will. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. What? You said you wrote, did you see the thing with the thing doing stuff with the weird thing? Your sentence did not make sense. Much like many things you say. You know, you make no sense. You say these really weird things like Star Wars Episode 1 on the PS1 is a good game. You know? It's all very confusing. You say the weirdest things. I did try it. And it was inaccurate because I didn't have to cut through a door. They just let me through the door. You know? Really bad at trying to poison me if they're just gonna like leave the door open. You know?
How can I be of service?
You know I have played it before, right? As well. It's not like I've never played it. They have to cut through it with lightsabers because they lock the door. Right? What? My game's lagging. So bad. There we go. Well, just a very dumb plan then, isn't it? But the reason I didn't do it is because I think you would appreciate it more if I were to play it on the stream. You know? So that's why I haven't played more than I've played.
How can I be of service?
I'm gonna go for the silver tokens.
Might you
That just
spare a
makes
moment of
more
your
sense
time?
to me.
Might you spare a moment
I guess-
of your time?
Just gonna do a lot of side content, because why not? What level are these quests?
Mind my words,
70?
Tyler.
Okay, so I'm actually kind of like actually overleveled. Well, we are planning because so as we said earlier, but you weren't here. The plan is for some more streams, because otherwise I'm like, you know, I spend 3 days not streaming and I don't like that. So it's going to be like, basically, my plan is, let's say I'm working and I get home at midnight. So let's say I'm working from like 4 till 12, or I get home at like midnight. I'll start streaming from whenever I get back home until like 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. And that still gives me enough time. What's this? It gives me enough time to still get 8 hours of sleep and still get up in time to go to work. Is that not a really weird looking effect? Up in the top left? Anybody else see that? You gotta go. Okie dokie. Have fun with food. I was so sad about my food. They locked Subway. I wasn't able to go get food. So sad. Can just continue crying. I felt so offended. I literally went to get Subway last night. Right, and they got a glass door, and they got glass, you know, windows and whatever. It's like the entire front of it is glass. So I went to go get food while I was waiting to go home. Ultimately, to find out that my bus wasn't going to show up. But, yeah, so I went to go Subway. And there was someone in there, like an Uber Eats or whatever food delivery person, waiting for his delivery. So I was like, alright, they're open then. That's fine. So I went to open the door and it was locked. And then some guy came over later, like as I walked away from outside, and came and unlocked it. And I was like, well, I'm gone now. You lost me. I was just a little bit offended. Because they used to be 24/7. And I don't actually know when they're open now. So I kind of just have to hope. Because I've been talking to someone that works there, who was like, yeah, I finish at 1. Which to me makes it sound like they're open till 1. You know? That would make sense to me. But, apparently not. What am I doing? It's so difficult to do with this camera. Right. Good place to hide. There we go. I swear I clicked on that guy, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just being dumb. It's just gonna be the same guy over and over again? Okay. I thought I was gonna like simultaneously scare each one. Or like scare each one and then they'd all be like, oh, something's wrong. Let's all go. But apparently not. Clap. We're gonna clap at you. Hey, sup, person? Did you just hear some weird claps? Yeah, me too. I think we should leave this forest. Good. I'm glad you agree. Okay, so we need 4 more of these. So 2, 3, and then we're gonna find a 4th somewhere. Hopefully comes into view as we go down here, or it's super far back up. Okie dokie. So they're fine with the orc warriors that are like 10 meters away from them. Yet they don't, you know, they're fine with that. But I mean, like, clapping scares them. I'd be more worried about the actual, like, physical threat that I could see right in front of me. But I mean, that's just me. Maybe I'm, you know, the ridiculous one there. Right. I don't know why I just decided to try and get on a horse in the water. Certainly gonna work. Alright, so let's return back, or find the elf outpost. Okay, so I think everything is over here then. Makes a bit more sense. Cool. So, hopefully, I mean, 75 could be doable tonight. I mean, we've still got 4 hours left, right? Plus any extra if we do decide to go on extra, because ultimately, as long as I'm, you know, ideally as long as I sort of finish around no later than 5 AM, I can still get a decent amount of sleep still and go to work.
How can I be
So I don't feel like
service?
absolute trash when I go to work.
What do you need?
So
Meg of Onan.
there is also that if
Stay a
I
minute.
sort of get close to
can spare
75
a
and have
bit of
that kind
time.
of
Orcs
extra
have been
push.
sighted along the river. What can I do for you?
Okay, so let's get rid of deeds. Follow the riverbank south of Haldorf. Whistle at Winmar, the leader of the Rohirrim hunter camp, and destroy 8 forbidden traps. So, are there some forbidden traps over here then? Where are these traps and how do I remove them? I mean, we don't have to do every quest. I mean, we sort of did the same at Galtrev where, you know, we sort of started doing stuff, and I think very quickly it's, you know, it's still fine to do them, but I think we wanted to just progress because, I mean, these are underleveled, whereas these are overleveled. So I somewhat kind of want to do overleveled content because you know, you get more experience, and our gear is relatively good still, so we don't sort of feel the as many issues. Because we're like halfway through 74, 73. Halfway to 74. So if we can get like, you know, yellow, or red, orange quests, then yeah. This is something I really want to see more of, like fun practice run, no experience needed, just getting more people up to speed. Like if I was not playing on this character, I probably would look into jumping on. If I was on Reneborn already, I would jump on that. But I feel like if I'm specifically jumping into another character, I can tend to lose a little bit of motivation. I can feel like if I'm in the moment and I'm like, oh, I'm playing champion, oh, this opportunity has come up, it's all good. Whereas, you know, me having to log out, log in, remember the name, go over to the person, message them, then go up, just stops me
What can I do?
being as motivated to do something, even if I kind of really want to do it. It's kind of a weird thing. It's like here with Ramachan. Like if I see people doing the same for Ramachan, I'm just gonna be like, eh. Whereas again, if I was, I mean that's tier 3, but yeah. If I was on Reneborn, maybe. God rank, heavy armor, Wall's End, level 60. I feel like I never ended up getting, like, I feel like I just never had those items. Like, is this person got that from level 100? There. So the torso is at 100, makes sense. Yeah, I feel like until I sort of found out about those items, I never got them as a drop. Which sounds redundant, I guess. But, like, maybe I just didn't pay attention to the set bonus aspect of it, but I felt like I never saw them. And then suddenly when I was, like, found out there were things, suddenly I'm sort of seeing them more and seeing them in my inventory. Actually getting them and going, ooh, that's nice. Right, where is this, this dude? Because, yeah, this is something completely different. Huh. I mean, at least I discovered that area. But let's find this encampment. This looks promising. This looks even more promising. But you are kind of telegraphing your location a tad. So, can I just whistle from anywhere? Or do I have to hide? Hide. Don't mind me, the random person that just ran through, and don't pay attention to the fact that you suddenly hear some weird sounds the moment I run through. And a roar. Hey, what's up?
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
Return the missing hunter. How interesting. What if I was a hunter? Would you still refer to me as whatever you refer to me as? I don't know how he saw me, you know, I'm dressed in all black and I'm very hidden. Okay. So now we're helping them. Like, hey, stay where you are. Don't want to lose more of you. But we'll try and find the other guy. I have a feeling it may be that dead body we found on the way to that area. But I could be wrong.
Our mission is dire. The Rohirrim will need your aid.
could also, or possibly, just be a place over here by the orcs, which is, I think, more likely. Though it could still be that. No, okay.
What can I do for you?
Search for another sign of the missing hunter. Okay, so it could still be the one that I am thinking of. Lawmaster's Mint book of the... Interesting.
What do you need?
Okay. So over here, is it the one? There's a bow. I mean, they're just like teasing me at the minute. Yeah, Dunstan. That's the one I saw on the way up.
Meg of Arnon.
Cool. I think that's always a cool thing where like they could have just put that there when the quest was done, but I think it's kind of nice that it's just always there. In a sense. This is intended to be a single-player encounter, but up to 2 players may enter at a time. It is recommended that guests do not join if they have not reached this part of the story. I've never seen that message before.
It has been many long years since
Normally it's just like, this is a solo quest
the keep of Starngard
and cannot be done in
on
a
the
fellowship.
borders of Lorien. But the neighboring elves, suspicious of all, have never yet let themselves be seen by the Rosary.
What do you need?
Okay. I still love the AoE sort of aspect of at least yellow Runekeeper. I'm not too sure about red. I do need to turn Castor into a red Runekeeper still. I haven't played him though. He's only been played for his tailoring, which I think is a little unfair, personally. Certainly could be put to more use. Many footsteps approaching at a time. I mean, that is exactly... Okay, maybe not. Well, I'd say it's exactly the same amount, but it's actually... Cool. I don't know if that was lag or just a way of it, you know... Maybe they got attacked by the...
Horse Lords.
Yeah. It's a weird one. Yeah, I think they shot them and it was a script. How to ruin the moment, as I said earlier. Yeah. That's nice of him. That is very
How can I be of
diplomatic of you. I'm very proud. He didn't get like super offended, be like, "How dare you leave me? Tell me to leave. I'm so offended."
What brings you to these lands?
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the silver tokens because they can just get me
Will you aid
more
Rosary?
stuff.
Our success depends upon our strength.
I'm quite interested in the
Aid us.
remaining part of this story though,
Rosary
just because,
will
as I
need
said,
your
I
aid.
don't think I've done this content before. I think I kind of ended up... Because, again, I think this is another thing where I didn't have... When I originally came through it, I don't think I had the quest back. Whereas, obviously, now I do. And the content is actually available to me. So before, I would just, you know, rush through and, you know, continue on the book and stuff. Though we may not fully complete it and in a little bit end up continuing on. It's nice to sort of break it up, but we obviously still want to progress because these quests will all stay the same level and obviously just completing. Ooh, that would have been nice if it wasn't an earring and it wasn't light. Which, does that not then mean it isn't a nice thing? I don't know. It's the issue with earrings, right? And it's kind of one of those weird things where they, you know, I think they could have done a little bit better because, so they made obviously the token of the Hornburg is a thing. That's a pocket iron. I think that's fine. And then you've got this earring and you got this earring. They basically blocked out, at least until 105, technically, to like a whole sort of inventory. Whereas if they made like earring of, you know, the High Elves, and they made a bracelet of the Dead City or something like that. So you could still have an upgrade because, yeah, I'm not upgrading my earrings at all, which is both a good and kind of a bad thing. It'd still be nice to have one up-to-date thing, because obviously the stats aren't too great. But I'll also be interested to see if they actually make another experience boost item for like Gundabad. Or if they'll just be like, you get what you get. Alright though. Forest flowers are our main priority for the moment. And then defeat orcs near the site of the skirmish, which we shall do all together. I wonder if we can take 10 at a time. Might be risky, but might be a fun little thing to give a shot at. Just sort of see where our limits are, especially because I think these guys are like level 70, right? Yeah, so we are actually over leveled, and our gear is kind of mid for where we are, because like it's kind of like, you know, it's got 10 levels to it, so it's kind of its middle ground is going to be in the middle of that at 70. So we'll see how that goes. But obviously we got to find these first. Hey, welcome back. I hope you got you some good food. As I said, I was sadly denied my Subway last night, so I wasn't able to have that. I was so upset. So sad. Okay, up here. Oh, fair play. Okay. Let's be really dumb and try and get 10 of these guys. So 1, because these should all count, right? 2, 3, 4. I'm just worried these guys are gonna run away. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so some of them ran away. But if we die, at least we know not to go for however many enemies this is, because... Okay, one of those counted. So apparently, not all of these count. That sucks anyway, but at least we know we can take 6 enemies on at a time. Apparently, they just have to be close enough, which I kind of knew, but also I was hoping would work a little bit better. So let's not worry about gathering 10 at a time. Well, yeah, I said that, but you've also got to remember our gear is sort of technically level 65 gear, potentially. So I said they're level 70, our gear is ranging from 65 to 75. So 70 is kind of probably its best area, if that makes sense. And also our weapon's 70. This is 55. Why am I doing so good? Because this stuff is really good because of the set bonuses. So it's from 65 to 75, but this is better than level 70 gear because although the base stats are worse, we're getting like, just from wearing 2 of them, we're getting 72 vitality and 21 fate. Then we're getting 500 crit and 72 more vitality, and then 21 more will, and 106 fate and 106 will. So we're actually probably going to take a little bit of a dive on immediate like health. I think health will go up, but I think damage will possibly go down when we get to 75. I mean, this gear you can just buy from the skirmish camp, so we could be doing a lot better. This stuff's kind of average at best. I mean, this is literally a level 60. This is 12 levels under leveled at the moment. This is about 7 levels under, right? Like, so is this, so is this, so is that. Like, my gear, my jewelry is trash. But there's no point in making level 70 jewelry because I may as well just get to 75 and just craft it from there. Oh, no, 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 no. I am going to lose rep if I kill that thing. Please. Please run away from me with your 99 health. Please? I don't want to kill you. Thank you. Okay, cool. Saved. Saved at the last moment. We're happy. Cool, and we also killed the right amount. So yeah, at 75, we're going to get a new chisel, hopefully. New rune stone, new rune satchel, new set of armor, and potentially at least half a set of jewelry. I don't want to kill the protected stuff because it will lose me reputation. I didn't actually mean to attack it when I did. So.
Wunmar, struck by the beauty of Noriel, wishes to look upon the elf one last time before accepting his people's banishment from Themglad.
So yeah, all the protected animals in the golden wood and stuff will have they left? Yeah, we'll lose you rep with the Galadrim. Which means if you technically do it enough, you can get kicked out, I think, of Karis Galadon. Not quite sure how that works. I mean, it's not like it's super hidden. I'm just saying. You know? He just wants to say bye. She's not going to be here. Oh. Guess that's my fault. I can't remember if I've done this content. So I can't even predict stuff. Well, like, I don't know stuff ahead of time. How do you follow Will Smith in the snow? You follow the Fresh Prince. Got it. I thought there's a Fresh Prince, snow. There we go. I don't, like, that's more like word association than a joke, if that makes sense. I don't tend to laugh at like a what do you call this, or like a knock knock, or you know, something like that. What did the ocean say to the beach? It just waved. I'm sad I didn't remember that that's a joke. I feel like such a third wheel. As I do in many situations in my life.
Meg of Arnon.
Alright.
What
Cool.
brings you to Lothlorien?
More silver tokens of the Anduin.
The Lord and Lady have need of your services.
Cool. And we just have a vector, which is nice. And we are super, well, actually 3/4 of the way, so not super close. Probably about 10 quests away. 11, maybe. Away from, well, I say 10 plus some kills away from level 74. And at 75, we can actually start speccing into Redline, which is going to be an interesting time. So that'll be fun. You have a fish that can break dance. Only for about 20 seconds though, and only once. I thought you were going to go for a goldfish joke, like a 6 seconds something. I assume when most people go for fish jokes, it's like a goldfish. I don't know why.
What business have you with the Lord and Lady?
So that gave me 9k. Okay, so then it is 10 quests after this.
Against which we must be prepared. The Lord and Lady have need of your services. Tarry a moment and speak with me.
I also think a disadvantage you have is, I think reading jokes is less funny than hearing jokes, if that makes sense. Because, like, if you say a joke to me, right, then you get my immediate reaction. Whereas, like, if I read a joke out, it's a lot slower. And I can process it longer. I don't know if that makes sense properly. Right, defeat wargs, collect hides. May as well just kill the wargs for the hides then. I feel like that would just be encouraging him though, you know? Site for psoriasis. Damn. You can't be having these words. My brain don't want to work with. We just have, you know, Titanic facts. That'd be the entire night. I'm surprised you haven't done more Titanic jokes, to be honest. And I was interrupted. Nice. One day I'm just going to pretend I don't know what the Titanic is. That's my plan. I wonder if Palpatine will outlevel Tarvelard. Or who will get to 100 first. I think I'm enjoying playing Palpatine more than I'm Tarvelard at the moment. More soil. Actually, no. What do we need? Place mint to ward off the wargs and then defeat 2 more wargs. Okay. Cool. 2021. Someone will get offended. I'm always offended. Want to buy Ithalan shards? Less than 100 each? Or are they just saying 100 each? To me, that says less than... Want to buy less than 10 Ithalan shards? Less than 100 gold each. I'm gonna guess they just say want to buy 10 Ithalan shards 100 each. So that's 1,000 gold if you wanted it. I could do that if I wanted. How many Ithalan shards do I have? I haven't played obviously for like 3 days, so I haven't really been obtaining shards, but 39 shards I think I have. I think. I wasn't going to sell them anyway. I need all my shards for all my essences. And my minis, gold armor. That we will eventually get. Though I haven't played the Minstrel in, like, over a week. So, you know. Probably not gonna get to 130 anytime super duper soon. I'd love to get him to 130. It's just a lot of time that I feel like I don't have. Like, I don't really want to play on stream. I think it's something I want to be sorting out behind the scenes. Thoughts with his family. Shouldn't have stole. Ultimately, you know. So that's all I can say. I'm just gonna take all your jokes super literally. That's my next plan. Like, okay. So I need to get some lockboxes. This is a dangerous place for me to be in. Picking up lockboxes. We all know I have a possible slight addiction to loot boxes. I mean, to be fair, I actually haven't opened a loot box in ages. Though I was talking earlier about restarting my 25 Bjornings. So I could open 100 more. So, I don't know how to feel about that. When you know if you write a joke, that's not a joke, because you can conceal it as a regular statement. I mean, have you ever put a joke in chat? Because I haven't seen any. Ooh, burn. I feel like I'm too mean sometimes. Using that has no effect. Why? Why does it have no effect? Is it because I don't have inventory slots? No, it's not. Oh, do I have to get keys off of them? And then unlock them? Oh, that makes sense. That's very awkwardly done, but that does, how are you not dead? That does make sense. I don't like it. But I understand it. Not because of the keys aspect necessarily, I just think because there's no indicator. Like, for example, when I had to do those spears, it at least showed me how many of the things I had, or at least it could show me in inventory. I don't think there's an inventory item that shows me an orc key. So, yeah, there isn't an item, like, it won't. It's very weird. I mean, it's obvious enough to be like, oh, it won't let me open it. I don't have a key. Cool. But still. Gotta go again. Oh, what just happened? Whoa, 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 whoa. What just happened? Because this happened earlier, and I assumed it was just me, my computer being dumb. I think my mouse is fine. It's my keyboard. Alright, see you later. Let's go make sure my keyboard is properly plugged in, because I did unplug it last night. Right. I made sure my keyboard is for sure plugged in, because I think it was my keyboard disconnecting. But it did also cause everything to freeze. So, could be something else, for all I know. But I guess we'll have to maybe play it by ear. I also think after this, I don't know how many there are after this. Maybe we'll get to like 74 and then we'll stop. But I was going to say after like, we may be continuing on with the epic in a bit and skipping over this side stuff. Like, it's nice to do some, but I do kind of want to get back onto the story a little bit. Oh, I turned... That certainly helps. Being able to actually see the item you're trying to pick up, maybe. I also just realized, what, is it 2 days until Mordor comes out? Right? So I've now got to somehow get to level 105 in 2 days. I see no problem with this whatsoever. Absolutely no issue whatsoever. Though maybe after Mordor releases is the time I should get back on. Because then I'll have, what, like 3 months before,
Servants of the
or however long, until the next expansion comes out, and then I've got 3 months to do it.
Tarry a moment and speak with me.
The dreaded reduced awareness alert. I ain't got one of those. So sad. Okay. Did the Fellowship come this way? Okay, cool. There is a slain scout. Something has certainly happened here. And also I kind of messed up the idea because now I have to go back. But it, like, it would have made sense to do this when that was kind of our central hub. Weird to think, right? Is it 75 that we can get a war steed? So we're not too far off war steeds, bridles, and other such things. So that'll be an extra thing that level 75 shall afford us, is a level 75 bridle of the third age. Is it Metalsmith that can craft bridles? I would have thought so. But I could be wrong. I am just completely spitballing that idea. That would make sense in my head, if they could. No. Huh. Can they even be crafted? I mean, it must be able to get first stages. It is a tailor recipe, which you would think would be the one recipe that I would know, but also that like doesn't quite make sense to me.
That
but
makes it no easier.
okay, whatever, whatever works. We should probably go down to this little campsite if we've got to kill 8 orcs. Really sure, to be honest. I feel like I need to rewatch it all and sort of compare, to be honest. It's been a while since I've actually watched through. I mean, I would say something like Minas Tirith, right? It's like, looks the same, right? Problem is, I do want to watch it, but like again, because I've never watched the like theatrical cut or whatever, the extended editions or whatever it's called, the longer edition it's called. It's just finding the time to do it because it's gonna sound sort of dumb, but like my time nowadays, like let's say what there's 24 hours in a day. If 8 of them are spent, if I spend 8 of them working, 8 of them sleeping, right? In an ideal world, I spend about 3 hours traveling to and from work, which gives me 5 hours, which I'm probably going to be streaming. I don't really have much time to do it. Should just do a watch party. That's what we should do, though. It all together while progressing through in the game to the locations. Okay. I swear whenever I'm a runekeeper, I never get runestones. Yeah, every time I'm not a runekeeper, I get so many runestones. It's insane. I want more runestones. I want a level 74 runestone. That's my plan. No, it's 3 hours there and back. So it's about an hour and a half each way. It's not really an hour and a half. It's more like an hour. But so I start work. Let's say I start work at 4. I have to leave at 2:30 to get there for like 35 past 3 or like 20 to 4. So if I were to get the bus that I get half an hour later, I would get to work late.
I thank you for the help.
So it's just this
I am worried.
awkward
My people have never
extra
gotten
step.
along with the horse lords. I will
'cause
travel with you to this village
I have
if
to-
I
yeah.
must.
Leave earlier to make sure I actually get there on time, which does really suck. Okay. I was expecting a beep beep with something disconnecting there. So it looks like you can't get a first stage bridal until 85. I feel like it's something I should go for, right? Like, it doesn't really make sense to go for a... Like, because you can't imbue it or anything. I guess, actually, it makes a bit more sense why you would go for a first stage then. Because, ultimately, an imbued third age will get to the same level as an imbued first stage. It just takes longer and more upgrades. Whereas you get more points for the first stage. And you can't imbue it. So I might as well go for a first stage, one of those. But I just don't know if it's worth getting on... Because I could craft one, I think, relatively easy. Finished Aeolingus leather, emerald shards, legendary fragments, blemished soul, symbol of the Elder King. The symbol of the Elder King is the only thing holding me back there for the 100. But I may as well do that and then get it on the Reneborn and try and have one ready for, like, if it's a week cooldown, then by the time I get another character to 100, I'll have it available, and then I'll go craft another one, and then I'll craft another one, you know? Yes. Which is why, like, even if I... It's awkward, because even if I move... We had this discussion earlier. Like, even if I moved closer, I'm still working nights.
Our mission is dire.
So that also sucks. Which is why, as I said, more night streams may be in the works. But I think that should be more interesting. Switch it up a little bit. But yeah, I kind of got to this sad, like, it kind of felt like a sad moment where I was, so while I was waiting, or like in between, like, you know, when I was getting ready to go to work yesterday. Not yesterday, Saturday, sorry. I think it was Saturday. I went on my, like, calendar app and actually started basically just planning out my life in a sense. It felt really weird. Where I was like, you know, I put an 8-hour block where I was like, this is where I'm going to sleep. This is, or this is where I work. This is how long it's going to take me to travel to work. Okay, so I need to sleep for at least, you know, let's say I need to sleep for 8 hours, because that's what you're supposed to get, right? Which then leaves me this much time to stream. Just trying to work out, sort of, like, just planning out these little monotonous things. Very weird. Or at least it felt weird.
Our mission is dire.
Cool, I got
success
some
depends upon our
a
strength.
deed done, which
Will you
technically
feed
means
us?
I can leave now if I wanted to, but I'm going to still be helpful. This quest should take us pretty much, well, how much do we get? 18,703, 18,493, so we're about 200 XP over the amount needed to get to level 74, which is a nice thing. 74 is a somewhat useless level, all things considered, because even levels you don't really get anything, I think, except destiny points, I guess. You don't get a trait point. Odd levels are clearly superior. Yeah, I don't know why there's a weird dinging noise every time I smith a sword. So peculiar. Also, I apparently can just walk through tents. I was walking around them, trying to be kind. Aware of my surroundings.
What business have you with
Cool.
Rohan?
And
Rohan
level
needs
74.
services.
20 marks. Oh, we do get to the aid of Rohan. We get a letter and a extra 20 marks, which feels like a very insignificant amount of marks, not gonna lie. But okay. Whatever works. Let's get these crafting items all sorted, and it's weird that you can sell that to me. Right, I think this may be the end of this quest chain, or at least certainly feels like it.
An orc attack that threatens to be more dire.
And then we'll do this one
The
at very
earlier
least.
encounter upon the
Take
hill,
a quick couple
mere
minutes break,
taste of
and then continue on with the epic, I think. The SSG, fix your servers. I agree. Yeah, forget the elf girl. Focus on the battle. If you die here, you'll never see her again. Right? That sort of thing, I would say, to be, you know, inspirational. Maybe? I don't know. These guys have more health than me, and I'm not a fan. It's fine when I can do 12,000 damage. Always fun. one of those things again where like health is fine as long as I can kill the enemy quicker than they can like get me down in health. Then I think we're generally good. And I'm doing significantly more damage to them than they are doing to me, so ultimately I think we should all be fine. There's an enemy from behind. Okay. Are we done? Or is there a second wave? He's just doesn't even care about his tents. You know? How dare you? That is just incredibly rude. You better not die. If you get one shot, I'm gonna laugh at you. Don't stir your poison. Okay, so he's not dead. He's just... He's poisoned. He probably did get stabbed. But, I mean, in an ideal world, his armor would have certainly done something.
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
Some tier 5s and tier 6s. Interesting. So I want to see what these silver token of the Anduin. I just want to see what I can barter for. I assume mostly just legendary weapons. Apparently, not that I think that's going to be a huge issue for us. I don't even know what level they are. You can get jewelry. You can trade up for tokens, which is interesting. But jewelry, some Rohirrim map table. That could be an interesting addition. A stone troll. Some. I'm actually looking more into these actual like furniture items. I think some scrolls of delving and great empowerment. Probably not worth it. A steed. So that's certainly something that might be worth looking into. Some crafting recipes, which could be interesting, but they're probably bound to the character, but we'll have to have a look when we get to that, because I'm not sure it shows properly. But it looks like we could get some jewelry. I also think I can just craft that stuff with the Tailor's Guild, or Jeweler's Guild, and whatever. We can get a pocket item. We can also just get seals and crafting. So you can buy seals for unhatched spider eggs. Oh, okay. So I could possibly do Roots of Fangorn at 130 to get seals. Probably not worth it, but it is possible to, in theory, then get seals to then get the Essence Reclamation Scrolls. Solo, I think. But I'd have to be Kindred. But it's still doable. And then you can use those unhatched spider things to get increased in stats. But I also don't think that's worth it. Are they... They're bound to account, so it looks like they might be... They could be bound, like, account bound, rather than character bound. We'll have to find out at some point, but I'm going to run off for a second. I'll be right back, and then I think we'll continue on with the epic, since I think that was the end of that kind of thing. Maybe we should finish this off first for the golden token. I'll be back in a minute, though. Oh, interesting. My stuff broke. Fun. Alright, so I just need to, real quick then, try and fix my broken stuff, because apparently that disconnection sound was the sound of things breaking. And it looks like it's all fixed. Awesome. Right, as said, we should probably go do this, because I assume it's going to be a very quick quest. He is dead. That is sad. I kind of thought he would survive, but it is sad he's dead. I mean, I'm pretty sure they even said, "This is my fault. Don't stir, you are poison, yet I'm happy, it's not your fault." Resting place lies a short distance south of the hunter's campsite. You find his gravesite and pay your last respect to a bold and kind man that lasted an incredibly long time. Maybe he should have just, like, you know, paid attention or something.
How can I be of service?
That's really harsh. Let's go pay our respects. Like, actually. Even F12 it. You know, just... Does get kind of ruined by the sparkly effect. Not gonna lie. It was also like we were looking down for a second and now we're just looking ahead. So I think they also could have maybe made that last a little bit longer. But it's fine.
How can I be of service?
And let's finish off with you. Do you have more stuff? Okay, so go down to Isengard, and I think that's where we have to go. Awesome. So we got the Anduin Mender's Bauble, which is kind of nice because that's actually a will-based thing. If I wasn't using the token of the Hornburg up to 99, I would certainly be using that. 188 will, 125 fate, 308 morale, and then if we do use it, we also get an extra 120 will, and also minus 15% all skill inductions, which is very useful. And then I think the other stuff is obtainable. Yeah, I think the other stuff is obtainable for the tokens. But it looks like here you have to have 3 of them in order to have the Mender's Focus. So on its own, it is just the base stats. I feel like that could be something that would be put in the set bonus rather than on the item itself. But maybe that could be something that isn't as noticeable if they did that. Just seems a bit of a weird choice to be like, hey, here's the on you. Oh, okay, so you can't use it unless, you know, you got 3 of them. Okay, let's finish that quest. And hospitality in a strange land.
Who is this woman? Why
does she
carry a sword of my people?
I will let you carry the sword, but do not let any of these men touch it.
Yeah, my sword. It's my sword now. You're not having it back.
My friend.
So I need to go to Horn. We love Horn, don't we? Actually, not a lie. We do love Horn. Okay. So I gotta go all the way up here. I think. Right. And then hospitality in a strange land is down there. This music is incredibly dramatic for what we're currently doing. Just holding a sword. For the actual first and I think possibly only time on this character. No wonder we're holding it so awkwardly. We don't know what we're doing with it. What's up, Horn?
Welcome to Isengard, such as it is.
I don't call it that.
Sword you bear?
He says Stangard. I say Stangard. Don't know how to feel about this. Horn was very interested in knowing the sword and wanted to return it to her before meeting him outside the town. Gonna have a little chat. We got a rumor mongerer who just got sliced in half. So, have your sword back.
I have permission to enter?
Permission.
I will remain outside. You meet this man Horn at the Kustan.
So,
I
Orc
was
Slayer
present.
tier 2. I just don't know if those are used. I mean, I'll probably get it because heritage runes are so easy to obtain. But, and also, we're maxed out on here. But it's just one of those things of like, I don't know. Should we put that on R75 if we can?
What brings you to these lands?
I just don't know. So we need to go. I don't know where this. Oh, all the way over here. Okay. So I need to go all the way over there just to get permission to enter the meat hall. Be very funny if Horn just took us in there. Which is like, oh, I'm being dumb. I mixed up quests. I was like, why is he all the way there? No, it's Horn that's all the way over there. We're just going to step on your tables because I got confused. I'm so sorry.
What brings you to these lands? Will you aid the horse
If we said
lords?
enjoyer of the king, I was like,
The Rohirrim have need of your services.
interesting. Talk to Gada outside. Right, how many... Okay, cool. Interesting thing. 11,000, because we're higher level, we're going to be gaining less now. So, we would have to do like 50 quests
Our mission is dire.
if we were to do this. So I think
Aid the Rohirrim.
it's going to sound really dumb, maybe. I think we have to do Stangard stuff for a trait point. I could be wrong, I might be mixing up my areas. But we will probably come back to this area. Because, I mean, ultimately, we do want to do, like, quests of the Great River and get Aylesmead done to completion. Because it's only 20. We're already 10% of the way through. And obviously, virtual experience for these, plus the overall, plus the golden tokens. All very useful things. I think the golden tokens are... Yeah, so they are character bound, which obviously makes a ton of sense. But yeah, I'm very interested in these unhatched spider eggs thing. So it says the barter item is given to every member of a fellowship in the chest after the last spider boss in Roots of Fangorn on both tier 1 and tier 2. Challenge chest of tier 2 instance contains 2 more eggs, of which members of fellowship have to roll. So we can guarantee one of them. And I just find it very interesting that we could buy a worn symbol of Celebrimbor for 75, or we could just buy it for Mark's medallions, which I think does make more sense, or the seals. I'm just interested to see, because it's one seal, 3,500 marks and 350 medallions for a Essence Reclamation Scroll. Is it worth doing? You know, how long does it take? It is a 6-man 75. Can a 130 do that solo? Probably, maybe, unless it's... I think they do a lot of... like, you could kill the enemies, but I think they do a lot of mechanics on 75 instances. I could be wrong.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
But it'd be interesting to look at. Because it could be, at the very least, something that we could, instead of doing like a 12-man 12-man like pony for seals. Could be something we get Ghost into doing as well. So it'll be 2 out of 6. But we're still getting them. I just don't know how many seals you get. How do I get up to this place? Like, I don't know how many seals you get from Prancing Pony, though. Probably more than 1. Okay. Such an awkward trek all the way up here. Now, Horn had better be here. There you are. Perfect.
I am glad you have come.
Hide behind the stone. This reminds me of Mirkwood. Doesn't really tell you where to hide. I was going to hide on this side. Wouldn't it really worked too well? So I guess it's over here. But it doesn't matter now because we're done.
I am worried by the
Or not.
increased number of orcs that move alongside the river.
These guys are really, like, trying to be found. Right, a camp right here. Yes, massive landmark, which is probably being watched. Not doing a very good
Ally, my friend.
job at being sneaky, in my opinion. Right, so that looks like the way I was supposed to go, rather than going the long way around, apparently. So that's fine. This adorned scroll case is a Westfold one. That's perfect. I actually want Metalsmith ones as much as possible, because these are both Westfold. But this looks like the 75. That makes somewhat sense. Yeah, I'm mostly after Metalsmith, which I guess I could also look in the auction hall for, right? That's a no from me then. Okay. Kind of annoying. Oh, yeah, we do have the Rohan awaits thing. I'm gonna go with Orc Slayer. I'm interested to see. It does work on a runestone, so I think we could put that on our level 75 one. I don't know if we'll go like, because what is it, high grade Kalanad? I don't think I have a character that can process high grade. But I could buy the medium grade to then process into the high grade if I wanted to. But again, do I just get a first age, or do I instead go for the second age? Still get the benefits of like the crafted thing. And then just at, I don't know, 85, do the same thing. What are people chatting about? Alright, I see what they're chatting. I get it. I understand. Honestly, I read that as Cedric, and all I can think of is Cedric Diggory. That's all I can think of. For a brief second. So the Roots of Fangon, I need to find it if I was going to do it on Random Warner anyway. Because you've got to do the discovery deed, though it's probably not too difficult to find.
Welcome and well met, my friend. Horn gave you a map. A Let me see it.
Sift through the debris by the base of the crumbling pillar, debris at the arrowed, riddled patch of ground beside the bridge of Ast Celebrant. So, right down here. So isn't it down here? Whatever this place is called. I can't think of. No, isn't it Harwick? Maybe. Yeah, Harwick is where we get our trusty war steed. So that will be an interesting time. And yeah, soon it'll be time for us to head over to Castor, which will be also interesting. So we're on level now, near enough. So these are 75 quests still. I think we'll probably end up staying at 75 for a while. I think that tends to be what happens is, you know, they get to a level cap and, you know, obviously they're not releasing, they're releasing like new content and new quest packs, especially around this era. But obviously not increasing level cap. So gonna have a lot at 75 for a while, and then it'll eventually jump up to 85 and do the same, which is fine. Just means experience isn't gonna continue staying quite high. It's gonna eventually stagnate, but just hopefully it doesn't take too long. Otherwise, it's just going to feel a bit slower, which then sort of isn't necessarily off-putting. But when you go slower, I might be more like interested in going on a different character. Just because the progression is suddenly decreased. And all the way back. I'm guessing, though, I can also, like, because I can do Taylor. Sorry, I can do, obviously, the First Age Runestone. I'm guessing I am probably fine to do the Runekeeper's Satchel, so that's finished. Kalanard Leathers, which we should be getting a few of from here, so that's fine. Legendary Fragments, and the Sigils, and the Worn Symbol of the Elder King, as we said before. So that we can definitely, for sure, make. That will not be an issue at all. However, the Runestone, the ingots are a slight issue. Which I think is the only thing potentially stopping us from having it available.
This? What have you found?
And all the way over here. I already want a war steed just for the speed. That's all I want in life. So yeah, our limiting factor is the high grade Kalanard ingots, which we do also need for the second ages, like I said. But ingredient packs are fine. Maybe we'll make the 75 second age for the moment, and then try and make the first age later. Just annoying that I plan to get it to 130 or 140 probably by the time it gets close to that level. I mean, I plan on this being sort of my yellow Runekeeper, and then Kestor can be my red, and you know, I've got two. I had the character slots for it. It's an unique-ish, I'd say, character name, so worth keeping, obviously. I mean, at the very least, my immediate plan is level 100, because then I can get any legendary runestone can just go to this character, be leveled up, and I can get extra stuff out of it compared to...
I saw a great shadowy shape fall from the sky.
I'm not really sure. I've been keeping myself as far away, really, as possible. Just because I'd... because I think Gundabad has been shown off. But I've sort of stayed away because I want it to be a surprise when it does release. I need to kill turtles, Avank, and Redbig, or however that is said. If they do go for something the size of Moria, though, I do hope they at least have, you know, a correct amount of stable masters between areas, because it's probably my biggest criticism, I guess, about Moria. It's just there's a lot of back and forths, which I wouldn't care too much for, but there isn't any real fast travel between half the areas, so it's just, yeah. Just gets a bit boring after a while, to be honest. That's why I don't, you know, I have not really progressed on the legendary server, is because the next thing to do is Moria for my hunter, and yeah, I just didn't want to do Moria again. Like, why are we going here? I can't really remember why we're here. I've obviously been through the story once before, and there's the Nona and Horn stuff, which is probably my most memorable bit. Probably should read it considering it's been so long. But I also kind of don't want to fully spoil it for people. It's a weird thing. Oh, you mean for Gundabad, rather. I mean, Gundabad is because... so, Durin wants to take back Gundabad. It's been, like, the big thing, because the orcs took it over. So they're sort of mounting that assault. And then we did go against the orcs. And then there was an ice dragon. Ice drake or whatever. Came back and froze the whole thing.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Because it's just like the dwarf home, you know, like the beginning of the dwarves is in Gundabad, right? So well, it's not really the orcs at the moment. I mean, it's a bit more nuanced than that. I mean, there was... when you get to sort of that area where it's more the dwarf story after the ring's been destroyed, there's a whole thing of being like, that's where the dwarves came from, and then they split off because, you know, one of the dwarves, you know, betrayed the other and backstabbed. I can't remember if it was just basically backstabbed him, or if it was because he went with the orcs. That's why there's kind of this infighting between the different clans, which you've got to kind of deal with. And then Durin wanted to, like, basically, Durin wants to prove himself to be worthy, essentially. So he's like, right, nothing will make me more worthy than taking back Gundabad from the orcs. So he goes to do that. And then an ice drake shows up. And he's like, nope. It's all mine. I'm like, yeah, we should have probably had Karasgar there. He could take him out, right? That's his whole shtick, isn't it?
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
But to boil it down to a very simple point, yes, orcs being bad is technically a driving factor. You do kind of get spoiled on the ending a little bit, because during one of the missions of Gundabad, you actually go to outside Gundabad and it's all frozen over. So that's all fun.
This must be the shape my men and I beheld as it plummeted from the sky.
Something is wrong in this
Okay,
land.
this is
I
interesting.
can feel it. This is the reason
Anduin
for your dream.
Wanderer.
This is why we are here.
Complete the deed, the Vanished Rider, to learn the location of the missing Nazgul. Oh, that's interesting. It's a very... Okay. That's a really annoying deed to do. Not gonna lie. But okay. I mean, technically, swift travel... Oh no, regular travel up to here. Swift travel... No. Right, like, okay, there's not much swift travel. I thought I'd be able to, like, swift travel from here to here. Or here to here, then to here, then here, then here, then here, you know? It's not really too much. I think I've got to complete other quests as well. Okay, it's one of these. Okay. I mean, it's good, ultimately, because it's a lot of quests to do. And I don't think, technically, these will count as being epic quests. So, this should also get our quest tracker increased. I mean, if I go up to Aylesmead, we've got 2. Currently, let's see where that goes up to at the end of this. So I need to defeat 8 Easterlings. And then 2 message shouters. Problem is, these guys are slowly getting more and more powerful. Yet we're, you know, staying the same. So that was not what I went to use. But I do get a thing. So why not? I'll take a free quest completion. Or a traveling enough. What's a little extra travel, hey? So, these message shouters, though. Where are they at? Are they going to be inside this location? I just don't, like, even though this is, you know, epic quest stuff, I just don't remember doing it. So, I'm a little bit behind, I guess. So, I'm not like, oh, I remember where these enemies are. There's one here and one over here. But once I take this guy out, hopefully this map should decrease and only show the message shouters, which look to be inside. And I very much can't wait to get that extra level. Because I think it'll be good for us, because we'll get the level, which will feel like an accomplishment, of course. But also we get, like, just a teeny bit of time in a different character. So we're not gonna sort of end up burning ourselves out of this character. It'll only be a short amount of time, but it'll be nice, because, you know, we get a level up, which is always nice. We get a, you know, armor increase. We get a jewelry increase, which should more than make up for, hopefully, at least, more than make up for the set bonus loss that we get. Now, technically, we don't need to switch our armor at 75. Technically, we can do it at 76, but just so I'm not leveling up in the middle of a battle and going to 76, and then suddenly my armor turns, like, doesn't work. I think we should just be safe and switch at 75. And I think technically it is an upgrade. So it's not like we're going to be downgrading for the sake of, you know, newer gear. In a sense. Well, let's get out of here. But it has happened. Not necessarily to myself, but Ghost has had it happen where, not realizing that one level later the gear would go, leveled up, and suddenly had no armor on, which I'm sure I don't need to tell you can be a little bit of a concern. Right, well, anyway, let's get out of here. It's so nice that, what, to complete this? Oh, I don't even get any lottery points, I was going to say. I should get some lottery points for this. I've been cheated out of lottery points, and I don't like it.
I do not like this.
Okay.
Kundalar are too near
Sorted.
to Isengard.
That's done. Slightly annoying, it doesn't disappear. But I understand why. Okay.
What brings you to these lands?
This isn't a quest I need to do, right? No. How much experience did that give me? I mean, that... okay, that counted, but the... Okay, so the ones for the deed don't actually count towards the quest deed, which kind of sucks. I think they should, but I also understand why they don't. But 15,000 experience for literally just killing an enemy and returning somewhere I already had to return is pretty fun. I should just get rid of this deed, to be fair. Like, it's just going to take me to the areas anyway on the map. To clear out a space. I see nothing wrong with that. Okay. Let's make sure that we get the right deed or quest.
Something has made the
Bubbling
Breton
in the
here more
blood,
aggressive than it
and
used to be.
just checking
Would
that
you do
isn't.
something for me?
Nope. We're only going to focus on the epics for the moment. So, collect samples of blood. How fun. I don't know if it's going to be one of those things where it drops more than one item per. Hopefully. Because I did find the least amount of these in the entire time I played through this area a minute ago. It looks like that's a no. Just an awkward place to be because, you know, so much in your face. It'd be difficult to find what you're after. So many snappers. I probably should be killing them, but it's fine. We'll work our way through it, and hopefully, as I said, one of these does end up dropping like multiple. Sometimes they drop 2, I think, when it comes to quests, but looks like I may be either unlucky and that's not going to happen, which is fine. Right, I might need to kill some regular enemies. So what I might need to end up doing is jumping on Fayrand, who's my prospector, and just making sure he's leveled up. I don't know what tier he's at the moment, but I'm sure I could buy the materials, or use my ingredient packs potentially to make sure he can get up to this level. I think he might only be 1 tier behind. I could be wrong, which is fine because I don't need to crit. I just need to be able to craft up. So if I can take some of the ores that I probably have from this area, from like chests and stuff, and also the stuff I will just buy off the auction room, I can craft up the high grade. And then I don't have to worry about like getting a second age now and then going for a first age later. You know, I can just have it, and then obviously if I have an upgrade or just a, you know, level, I don't know, 80 first age or third age, we can just level that up, keep the first age. And if the 80 is better, then switch out. Because, I mean, we're making it with the full knowledge that it will eventually be out-leveled, but should last us a little bit longer. Which is funny because I'm normally the person that says, hey, unless you're capping for any reason, you don't really need a first stage. I kind of just want to craft one. And having to make it so that I can actually craft this stuff makes it so that, you know, I push myself a little bit better to make sure my craft is up to date. I might not even be able to craft it. I don't even know if I have the Tailor's Guild, Jeweler's Guild stuff for it. So I might actually just have to stick with a first age. I can definitely, for sure, craft a first age satchel. I know that much. But I'm not sure about the runestone, come to think of it. I was about to see if I had any missions, because I could have used that to get some extra rep. I mean, that's something I should have been doing, is, you know, I should have got my missions done by Thursday, even the 15s. And then obviously Thursday would have come by and, you know, allowed me to reset that and start again. Cool. And then we've got a massive trek. But how much experience do we get?
Seems that whatever causes
26,000. So certainly not terrible. I mean, that's 100,000 ish, a little bit more than, from the remaining 4, assuming they all continue the same trend. So that's fun. And then we come back down here, probably get another 25. And that puts us a quarter of the way through our remaining experience. And now we just auto run. I think that's what we're going to spend half this stream doing, I think. Just auto running. Just casually auto running. And hopefully this one's an easy one. Just so much... Like, the travel is probably the worst thing. Like, honestly. Okay, I need to probably back up so I know which quest I'm doing.
The Rohirrim will need
Delaying supplies? No. An uneasy feeling?
After you left,
Probably.
I went
I
searching
mean, it
on
makes
my
sense
own.
that they're probably the next one to be a Black Breath and what have you. Why do I have to travel that far? This is one of those things where it could really lose me, this quest. Like, if I had to do, 6 quests, normally, I probably wouldn't care, but having to travel really far, like, I've just had to travel from here, to go down here, to come back here, to then go here. Like, it's a bit of a pain. I know I'm probably just whining about something that nobody else cares about. But it also brings up a really good point for war steeds. You know, it's a bad day when I become a big proponent for war steeds. Right, I am going to first, though, deconstruct this thing. And get a gold setting of light. Something I should probably do for my level 75, actually, is settings and stuff. I see no reason not to. I mean, the will is useless, but the extra tactical mastery is probably pretty good. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm just gonna assume that every one of my skills works. I'm dead. Easy. I'm gonna revive. Because... yeah. Should get some heals up. Yeah, I kind of just ran through without thinking about it. These guys also have 25,000 morale. Okay, so I think if there were normal orcs, we probably would have been fine. Didn't mean to attack them, not gonna lie. But yeah, having those guys certainly makes it a little bit harder. Alright, can we jump off the edge? Not a normal question I ask in my life, but you know. The answer is no, nonetheless. But maybe over here. Cool. As long as I can get away from these guys, then I'm happy for the moment. Because, they're a little bit problematic. But yeah, I certainly think the even though the will is kind of useless, the extra tactical mastery can be of use, obviously. Obviously, if we got a tier 10, would be nice. But ultimately, I don't think it's a huge thing. I mean, tier 10 setting a will isn't much more than a tier 7. You know? Like, 4 extra will and 70-ish extra tactical mastery. Is that worth all the extra together? Obviously, you would kind of want to go. Please don't tell me. I have to go back in. Obviously, in an ideal world, you would want as high stats as possible. But I don't think it's worth the extra effort at the moment. Feyrand is a different thing, really with it because it's like getting the best you can at each level cap. But our armor is probably going to give us, you know, more will to get more of that stat than the effort, like in the time it takes us to get it, you know. Invisible walls, fun. Please don't give me awkward invisible walls. I just want to... He's just chilling. I just don't want to go back in there. I'm gonna die again. I don't want to die again. That went really well. Okay. So from my understanding, it says here, by the grassy place overlooking the fast-flowing river. So that to me, from the map as well, looks like it's in the area. The problem is, I've already revived. So if I die again, we might have a problem. But also I don't want to take the time, like, if they're not here, then there's no point in me taking the extra effort to kill the enemies. So I think the idea is if we come back here, we can try and, like, lose some of the guys. And also, some of these guys don't have as much morale. And this guy looks like the only one that's actually following me, so that's perfect. Cool. And now to travel all the way back. Oh, speaking of, someone just asked about a Runekeeper Chisel. We also need to worry about a Runekeeper's Chisel a little bit closer to the time. Level 75 is our next thing. I actually don't know if that's the level 60. I don't know if... Yeah, here it is. I mean, of lightning. So that's the one we're going to be going for, which is an extra 300 tactical, 300, 400-ish crit, 87 vitality, and 40 power. That power, that's clearly going to be the difference between life and death on this character, for sure. That extra 40, don't know how I'd survive without it. Right. I should be able to get a Stable Master from here to here, and I'm just really hoping that it doesn't send me, like, down here again. Though, if it does, I can swift travel, but I just hope it isn't so pushy with the travel.
Experience anything strange while you explored the sites?
Yes, the amount of ghosts attacking me was a little unsettling.
Welcome.
Would it be nice if you could just, like, send someone out to help me? Maybe? That could have been useful. Okay, so it's outside. Good to know. And hopefully this one won't take us too long. I said outside. It's actually inside. Is it? No, it's not. Good thing I double checked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Cannot seem to
that's at
clear
least
my head.
a reasonable distance. Something I can maybe get behind. Supposed to be something hissing over here. Hissing figure northwest. Something here. Buddha footprint in the may mark the presence of a hissing figure seen. Heavily mailed foot, clearly wearing chainmail or mailed boots. Doesn't really answer our questions, but okay.
You found a booted footprint?
Hey,
What it
reputation. Love it. Still 26k. Nice. So yeah, we should have like 275 near enough. 1,000 experience. So yeah, 270, probably 272, 270, depending on how many enemies we have to kill for the next ones. Experience remaining after this. So hopefully, my plan is that after this, the quests are actually relatively quick. Hey, welcome back. Vanished rider. We're having to travel an ungodly amount at the moment, so we're stuck on this quest for ages.
I have always
It's pretty much
prided
all you
myself
missed.
on courage.
I have not. I did die.
Last night.
I looked away from the screen while auto running, and I ran into about 10 ghosts that had 20,000 experience health each. So, yeah. So it just makes you think, how are you going to do when you come over here, you know? If I'm out here dying, you're going to quit? I'm joking. Surprised you didn't say something similar, because you're always like, how are you so much better than me, even though we've got the same gear? Were you gonna play as Palpatine and El Palpador anyway today? You know, we are slowly getting further and further past, 11 levels. We're only 11 levels. We are exactly in between, right? We're right now we are exactly in between the levels of Dampe and Palpador. We're exactly in between the middle. We're 11 levels in the middle. Well, that means you've got to, like, level him up before I get close, you know? You haven't played Dampe in nearly, like, 20 days. Nearly, like, 3 weeks. I was gonna say, I expected you to say, but the festival's been on. And I say, but the festival's only been on for a few days. I do think, though, you, well, if you're anything like me, tend to go through, sort of phases with characters.
I saw something.
Like, I haven't played Tavella in ages. But I have played, obviously, no, Palpatine a lot. And Reneborn. Though Reneborn is very repetitive. So there may be one day that I don't really want to play this. I honestly, even this this quest here makes me want to not play this character really. But I think once I get this last quest done, then hopefully we're past that kind of... I don't like this quest. It's a dumb quest. So hopefully after this we're all good. I actually even looked. After this we have a solo instance. And then looks like we go relatively normal until we have a few session plays. We get to play as Boromir twice and Samwise Gamgee. There is a sort of interesting, if I remember correctly, thing that is found. Let's go all the way back there. When you play as Boromir, that every time someone comes across it, posts, I swear, on the subreddit. That's how I keep getting reminded of it. Oh, we also get to play as Frodo in a minute, so that's also fun. But if the Titanic has started sinking, it's going to take it 2 hours and 40 minutes, right? But we're only on for 2 hours more. So we won't get to see the whole thing. Sad times. If only there was a way that we could do something that would make us still be here after those 40 extra minutes have passed. But I can't think of anything that I could do.
We have learned much of this creature, but not what we need to
Hey,
know.
I get a
The creature
worn
was
symbol
looking
of
for something.
Celebrimbor and a
We need to
Carisgaladon
think.
mirror, which is
Let us
also
talk on
quite
the way
fun.
back to the village of the horse lords.
I can do the festival.
Has no one
Yeah,
seen
but
the
obviously
new
once
friend
it hits
or the
midnight,
Dunlending
the
girl?
stream automatically shuts
I
off.
thought they
So
both
I don't
returned
really
to
think there's any
Isengard by
way.
Did
Like
some
there's
trouble before them on the road?
absolutely zero way that we could actually do those extra 40 minutes. Ramachant tier 1, 6 out of 12. Why does this have to happen? If I was on Reneborn, I'd be up for it, but I don't want to log out to then log in, to then message someone, to then go do it, to then go log out, and then come and do that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just a bit extra. Kind of just want to play on this character. It's just kind of annoying. Get ready for a fight. I will. Wait, what? You actually don't what? Do I feel that? Is it a Nazgul? I can't remember. Oh no, I was talking about the Boromir thing. I assume that's what we were chatting about. We also get your favorite thing soon. A wounded Nazgul. It's a Nazgul that's been wounded. He's crawling on the ground. What's up, boar? chooses to dress that way. I can never remember which. Nona's sword flashes its bright light, and the Nazgul flees. Yeah, flee. Oh, and now it's. Yeah, get out of here. Okay. Oh, I have to, like, kill this one, right? Ignoring my bad joke. What bad joke? I never made a bad joke in my life.
What do you need?
Okay. Dead. Nona's in trouble. Oh no, nah. Yeah, the Nazgul came back. Trial by fire. Yeah, I'm gonna burn you. How dare you touch Nona? Get out of here. No. Wait for Horn to return from consulting the leader of Isengard. Don't touch your sword, alright? And you touch your sword. Alright? I'm gonna end up being dead. Deaded. Wolf, the Dunlending traitor. Oh, don't touch Nona's sword. We actually carried a sword for the very first time in it earlier. Since we never... don't even know how to use one. Haven't even got that passive. Nona has a sword. I don't know. I've only got a runestone. It's kind of sad. Talk to Nona where she lies. Would rather die than be healed by a non-Dunlending. I did get it. I just chose to ignore. Willfully ignorant. These birds are like an immovable object. Just can't move past them. Can't run over them. Can't jump over them, rather. Oh, I think I just did. Oh, nice. Head to Lothlorien. Sup? I'm bringing everybody into Lothlorien. You know, I brung Nona into Lothlorien. I brought Horn into Lothlorien. Galadriel must hate me. She's like, stop bringing people here. Alright?
Along the...
She's so annoyed at me that she's choosing to be super duper loud in my ears.
You have journeyed far and have come very close to death.
So how close my 241,000 experience, and we need to go find Nona atop the ladder leading down to the flat near the house of Celeborn. Sup?
They tell me I was close to death. I remember very little of it.
Yeah. Sorry, you're nearly dead, did it? You got nearly dead. Right. So, obviously, we completed the good old deed we needed to do for that whole thing. Our next quest after this takes us onto a session play, which we love session plays. They totally don't take you out of the moment at all most of the time. I don't know what you're on about. It's funny that for me, they kind of do the opposite of their intended thing. No. We're only back here to heal.
This is a place of quiet contemplation.
Heal Nona. Because from what I can
people would
only
not feel
assume,
such a
she's
thing.
just been
What
hit
would be the
with a
point?
Nazgul blade, right? Or a Morgul blade. Technically. We're very, very close, as I said earlier, to getting our war steeds, so that's going to be an important thing. I mean, it was a blade held by a Nazgul. Do not say that that is not a Nazgul blade. Okay.
We see so few visitors to Kara's Galathon.
You could refer to it that as such, and I would probably agree with you. Oh. Wait on. What's this? What are we talking about? Codemasters. Oh. Okay. I mean, that's only if I hold a sword, right? So. I do not own a blade with which I can brandish. There's a weird white kind of glow to the bottom of the cloak. Is that supposed to be like that? Kind of just looks a bit off to me. I don't really like that. I'm going to assume it's something to do with Kara's Galadon. Hopefully. Because I cannot say I'm a huge fan of the look. Hey, it's a Runekeeper trainer. Do you have anything of use? Except some very basic items. Have I already... Yes. The answer? Yes. Keep that, and chuck everything else. Actually, no, I need a Westford Metalsmith scroll case as much as possible. I'm disappointed. How to die 101. Or not. Okay. I should be dead right now. Just saying. Why? Because of that attempt at something there. Just makes me disappointed that I read it. Let's go have a little chat with Galadriel. I think, though, I'd be really interested to see how much time... Well, obviously I can do a slash played, but I'm very interested to see how much time I spent on Tarvelard, getting him to 130, and how long it takes us to get to 130 with here. Because... obviously... Or not necessarily how much time, because arguably it might be the same amount of time, if not
I hope you enjoyed
less.
your respite.
Or it could also somehow be more. But I more mean the amount of play sessions. Because... obviously, if I'm doing like a 20-minute video, that's fine. Like 20 minutes per day. Back when I did, you know, Tarvella and stuff. Let's say 30 minutes to be an overall average. I'm doing like 6 hours. So that's like 5 times as much time.
That the Company of the Ring
What's
would
Palpatine's
face the
playtime? I actually don't know if it will
difficult
show
decision
during a
of what
session
road to
play.
take. We simply did
I've been
not
playing
know
for
how
18
soon.
seconds. I didn't actually realize that it would do that though. I can put on the ring. So good. I have 57,000 health. Why am I doing this? Because Galadriel is showing me what has happened to the Fellowship. Run, 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 run. I gotta go somewhere so I can be alone with my thoughts. North, west. My thoughts of Elrond. And then I follow this path up. Yeah. I did say I had a few session plays. So I got this, and then a couple of quests, and then we go play as Boromir for a bit. And then we go play as Samwise Gamgee. Follow egg. Don't follow an egg. Nearly 5 months in 3 hours. So when the Titanic sinks, you are gonna be have been following for 5 months. I think that's somewhat fitting overall. Okay. I want to sell 4 tomes of defense, 1,400 gold. What? Who is buying them for this? 3 hours. Oh, I mean, it'll be an hour. No, yeah. It's like 2 hours. It's going to be like... So at 1 a.m., you will... You know, it'll be 5 months. And it was going to be 22 that it was going to sink. So yeah. So, well, it's got 2.5 hours left. Or no, 2 hours 20 minutes left. Near enough. I think that's quite fitting that he is still Gandalf the Grey in this. Because, I mean, don't they still think he's dead at this point? Or to their knowledge, he's still dead at this point, right? So, I think it's relatively fitting that it, you know, they use that model. I think they could have very easily accidentally used Gandalf the White. Come on. Thank you. It's a Bilbo. Oh, and then we have a fun old time here. Or is it up here? Don't like Bilbo's yellow vest. I mean, it's the way he looks in game. Yeah, this is a thing. See, he's even an enemy. He's such a bad enemy. Boom, 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 boom. Attack. Attack, attack. Attack, attack, attack. Attack. He's a servant of Sauron. You're so small and weak. Okay, way to get me on your side. I'ma use the ring. I don't like the effect, but I'ma use the ring. I don't know why you go to the summit, because then you would get stuck, right? Whereas if you go down, he can't see you nonetheless, like, either way. For 50 minutes, I'm wearing the ring. Boromir may not be able to see you, but other things might. Wait, what? You don't know your danger? I blame Boromir. It's all his fault. Such an interesting looking effect. Sauron senses the ring.
Take it off, fool! Take it off! Take off the ring!
Yeah, do that thing. Perfect. You know what to do. Yes. You need to tell Aragorn that Boromir is mean. He's a meanie. I mean, whatever works, I guess. Okay, so should we now see...
It is a troubling one, to be certain.
Our slash played is 2 days, 22 hours, 21 minutes, and 51 seconds. So by the end of today, we should be at near enough 3 days of playtime on Palpatine. Which I think is a decent chunk. But I have like, I think over 2 months on the original NSVL or Tarvella. I can't remember specifically which one. Probably both. So, not really sure. We'll probably get there overall quicker. Right, I need to find a way up. Like this ladder, it's right in front of me. Corridan.
The lady has spoken to me about this, and I would refuse her nothing.
You're a good one. You're a cool elf. You're helpful. Okie dokes then. Legendary item experience. Incredibly useless to us overall. But very, very soon we'll be getting ourselves
the Lady Galadriel
those extra legendaries. We're going to be super fancy. Get our first stages. I know I've been talking about it a lot, but I'm actually quite excited. As I said, it's kind of funny because I'm going against what I normally say about first stages, but I feel like we deserve it a little bit, you know? I want to get to 75 and have a nice big upgrade, you know? Legendary weapons upgrade, have a chisel upgrade, have a bridle, have all our armor be upgraded. Potentially not this one, but I'll have to have a look. Jewelry upgrade. It's going to be
I will give you enough lembas.
I think a fun old time, all things considered. And then, yeah, it will be the super duper ultra mega powerful runekeeper that will be out Dampe. I'm actually interested to look at Dampe's gear because I haven't seen, obviously, Dampe's gear in a while. 85 should be a new legendary weapon, right? I'm not sure about armor. For all I know, at like 75 with the first stage, we might be more powerful. Potentially at 80. I certainly think by the time we get to 85, if we get guild gear and go for a first stage again, I think we'd be able to win in a fight if we were to fight. At least at current stakes, or current states, rather.
The last time I
obviously if
traveled
that ever
south,
changes
orcs were gathering on the river bank.
Probably not. I don't think it would take much for Dampe to beat me. If we were similarly geared. But if I was better geared, I think I'd win. Wolf Alzheimer's, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And Nona is at the top of here, right? I don't even see, you know, I don't even see Lindrel.
Wadu's sword is thirsty for more adventure.
Hey, and we get to travel straight back over
This
here
land
to
of elves is a long
not
way from
Isengard.
Edinburgh.
Okay, ignore me.
A long way from my people.
I lent my favorite bow to Fimloth.
Oh,
and
no.
Now she has lost it.
Oh, joy. Defeat orcs in Isengard while Nona and Cordan hunt for the bow, a bow as well. You're here. I don't see a Lindrel. Lindrel is on the hill. Wherever that is. I'm gonna outpower Lindrel soon. Yeah, but Lindrel isn't in Middle Earth. No, I think that's the problem. So you said you'll leave if I beat Dampe, but what if I end up being more powerful than Lindrel, though? You know? What happens then? Nope, not on this character. Lindrel could, like, one-shot me. Lindrel could kill me 2 times, 3 times over in one shot. Okay. I'll go craft up my gold Runekeeper's chest plate ready. Because I know Palpatine is going to get to 130 before Kestor is, for sure. Because I feel like what's going to end up happening is it's going to feel a slight bit repetitive if I were to play Kestor straight after. Even though Kestor's going redline and Palpatine is going yellow, obviously. But it does make it a little bit harder because by being yellow line, can't in normal combat do all my traits because I need to I use some fire skills to get my trait points, which I can't really do in normal combat. So I'm gonna have to go to my training dummy once in a while and just spam out a couple of fire skills.
You did not find the bow. Nona and I did not either.
I wasn't
Whatever
looking for the
orc
bow.
took the bow must have fled the area. Let us take a detour to Isengard so I can thank Horn.
What do you need?
Surprised my finger's not acting up. Luckily it was my pinky finger I messed up. But it's like a dull pain. But luckily it's not on my my left
Good.
hand.
Take him with you.
I know. Got bashed by a bowling ball. Wasn't a fun time. Press M. There we go. I don't think I can go back around that way. Impossible? What? I'm in Rohan. Nearly. I'm not done with Rohan. I haven't got to Rohan yet. Rohan's here. I'm here. I haven't gone to Rohan yet. So I go to Rohan, and then I need to go to, like, the Wold first. So I go to the Wold, and then I go Harwick. The Isengard place. Wow. Yeah, Isengard, like, so that's down here. Completely different.
How is the Dunlending girl? Did she survive?
I mean, I do need to change the title technically. I did Galtrev last stream. Palpatine, etc. So the thing we did at the beginning of this stream was the final fight at Isengard to take out Morlack. I should stop questing about now. How so? Because I'm catching up. Is that why? Ah, found it. I mean, in a minute we're going to be logging out anyway, so I'm sure that's something you're happy for in a bit. Because I've got to go craft a bunch of junk. I say junk. New gear. I've got to go on Feyrand, craft up some stuff on him. Go Castor, craft up some stuff on him. Go on Skarshu, got to craft up some stuff on him. I mean, I'd like to kind of get to 70. Well, I got to get 75 first because that's when my upgrades are. But I also want to get 75 and get my War Steed and make a bridle. Because I was thinking about making a first age bridle. Possibly. But I think the first age bridle is level 85. So I'll have to stick with the regular one. for a little bit, but I'll make a first stage of stuff.
I am not welcome in Stangard, but where can I go?
His voice sounded different for a second then. I hope you realize, just because something rhymes doesn't make it a joke, Ghost. That's not how that...
Your aid
If I say
is welcome,
first
friend.
page, is that then a joke? See, I'm gonna go first page. If I said I got a first page Lawmaster's book, you know, that might make more sense. Because get it? Page, book, rhymes with age. Is that a joke? Well, it's a songbook, so it's not a history book.
This confirms
So it
what I
doesn't quite work.
suspected about the Horse Lords. Cruel even to their own.
Our band of companions grows.
Hey, oh yeah, it's Corridan. Corridan's
still
the
fit
first
in the
next
one boat,
guy.
but
I couldn't remember
it
who the
will not be
third of
comfortable.
the
Let
trio,
us
who
go
I'm
to the
like
boat together.
fourth
The river
wheeling,
Anduin is
sort
as
of.
familiar
No,
to
I'm
me
third
as my
wheeling
own
these
shadow.
two, and then
But it is
Corridan's
still
also
a
third
journey of
wheeling.
some
So
days. We must stop here for the
unfortunately,
night.
there's no romantic subplot with Corridan, so that we aren't both third wheeling. You can't play. Why not? Go on Dampe. Or Palpadol. Or Lindral. Or Senreal. You don't have VIP anymore? Damn. Sounds like a time to upgrade. Reminds me of the discussion we had earlier about what it would take to make a lifetime account. Just gonna go buy you VIP for a month. What am I doing? I need to talk to him. Speak of seeking the Nazgul. Oh, because we want to see the Nazgul spooky. They're even ethereal. They're secret. This is probably great for Nona. Here, you know that traumatic thing that happened? You know, a bit awkward. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Duck, 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 duck. Goose. You guys are really bad at playing this game. Alright. You guys suck. So sad. Damn, we only died 53 minutes ago. That real sucks. Hey, yeah, that's the thing I won. I won the Wintry Yule backpack. I forgot that. My lovely item. Costing me 5 whole gold, which I probably made back in the time I've been playing today. I have indeed. I'm gonna go delete said item right now. I don't want anything back. that was me joking. So, that was me basically joking and saying if you're not going to log on to get it yourself, then you have to pay extra. But I don't actually want the money. It's fine. I was more surprised it was selling for that little. I feel like a lot of people put festival items up for like 500 gold and, you know. It's Wadu! But Wadu may have been the third person, but it's not. It's kind of creepy. I can see the stitching of the quiver through him. Oh! Joy. Right in the mouth of that. To be fair, in my defense, I'm pretty sure I said not to worry about it at the time anyway. So, you know. Well, I certainly meant to. See, this is one of those situations where I like the visual, right? But if this was voiced, I'd be so much more invested. Like, I've seen this before. Like, I know it, but I feel like if it were voiced, I would be a little bit more interested, not hesitant,
they are not
attentive,
markings, but there is still something
to it all.
majestic about the twin statues. Friends of yours came this way. Friends bearing a burden of some malice.
Yeah.
I need your help if you can.
I just feel like it's one of those small things that they could very easily do.
I do not trust
I mean, obviously it's a little bit difficult now, but
the Lady Galadriel
you have to
entrusted
get
me
the same
with
people
knowledge
back
of
that
our
voice
true
it,
mission.
but it's just one of those things. Now I am in an area with higher level enemies, so this might be a problem. You may get to see us get wrecked, but we are very close to 75, so hopefully that doesn't happen. And instead, we can go do these quests, which are 37k. So 2 quests and we are done. Or 2 quests and or 1 quest rather, and a couple of enemy kills. But, yeah. How many attacks do I generally have to use? I mean, it's not necessarily all about the attacks. It's because, like, those... So these guys have 12k. The enemies we're attacking earlier only had 10k. So it's not too much of a difference. And the ghosts we killed this earlier had, like, 25k. So it's not necessarily always about the level, but probably say about 4. We're getting a medium bridle, 77. We don't even have the ability to ride yet. I don't really count, though. Could be 4, could be 7. Depending on what skills I use. If I had a lot of them, Vivid Imagery does more damage, so...
You found some. Good.
But there was
now,
no point in
remove the supplies
using it
from the
unless, you know, we had more than one enemy around us. What's this about the boat? Remove the remaining supplies. There was not much point in me doing that. Right, and after this quest,
Parth Galen may be a good
should
place to
be
begin our search.
our level up. And I'm going to pick this one up because I don't know if he'll disappear. But hey, you want to see some big statues? Some statues. Fancy. That's the sort of thing, you know, we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. The perfect sort of place, I think, for a, you know, a detached camera, a free cam situation. It's perfect. I don't know if it's worth keeping this bridle at 77. It's probably not. So I'm going to get rid of it. I have a lot of Mathams. I could probably get rid of those. Scrolls of Lesser Renewal. Probably not very useful. Shocking Words I can't use. How come? Oh, what, because level 75? I mean, probably even less than that. Hitbold, one of my favorite places. I want to get that done today. I'd love to get Hitbold started. I don't know how many people actually care about Hitbold, but I actually really enjoy the concept of the area. And I actually think it's going to be something that I try and do.
Thank the Hammerhead
I think.
for that.
Because if we do it, like, it's weird going back later. Check game chat. What? Can even male elves, because even male elves are delicate, what do you expect of a female? What? Why is elf female postures so weird? Game chat's so weird sometimes. Yeah, I really enjoy Hitbold stuff. I think it's, you know, they tried to redo it with, I mean, what else is there? That was both races and sexes at the same time. I mean, that's talking about the elves. There's not really much else to it. Yeah, I feel like they tried to redo Hitbold.
You will find work
with
if you
level 75. I feel like they tried to redo Hitbold with
3 good archers from
Trestlebridge,
and
with Wildwoods, and I don't think they did as good a job, in my opinion. Just saying. Okay, so we're gonna go down to this point over here. Complete all the East Wall quests. Nice to have a counter for that. But yeah, I'm gonna go down here. We're gonna go, I guess, get the thing, the stable master. Then we're gonna go log out, jump onto Kestel. In fact, we're actually gonna go look at this one. I mean, that can go on a car. A car run. I mean, yeah. I think it's said as a joke, though, because I'm pretty sure they had. Yeah. Sticky out tongue face. High Elves is a superior race in Middle-earth. True. Just saying. Unless you're a hunter. Maybe less so. So what do we go for next? So we can either go for an extra 277 will, which is a pretty decent amount, all things considered, but is it worth 2 trade points? I'm not too sure. Tactical damage, fiery ridicule damage, even though we aren't using fiery ridicule at the moment. So Palpatine may need to at some point filter or end up using some flame skills. Possibly. I mean, technically, Flurry of Words is an ice skill, so it's fine, I guess. And plus self-motivation heal. Self-motivation... I don't even know what self... This one. Adds a heal and power cost reduction buff to self-motivation. Oh, so an extra heal. Plus 5% motivation heal and minus power cost. How interesting. Is it worth having the extra heal? Self-motivation now heals morale and reduces power cost of skills. So is that instead of... So it restores 10% of max morale. Okay. So that's an extra heal. No, I think that's probably better. I mean, the extra damage would be nice, but we're going to get a decent chunk. I mean, what are we on right now in terms of tactical mastery? 173.6. So let's see what we get with our new stuff after this. We'll take a nice little screenshot. Yikes.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Why do I hate her voice so much? Anyway, let's go log ourselves out. Hopefully I have the right chisel thing, because that's an extra, like, 80 something vitality. Time to find out, though. Kestor, our good friend, gonna be doing some work. I do need to check stats of certain things, but that's fine. When it lets, there we are. Cool. So, looking at this, Westfold Taylor, Light Armor Guild, level 75. And these are 75 as well. So I don't actually know the difference between those, and then gloves here. What is the difference? These are better because they've got a higher item level. You can see that immediately. This gives extra tactical mastery, but less power, which is fine. Less vitality, however, but more will. So less health, but I'm still getting an upgrade in health, but I get tactical mastery. Right. What is my stat focus? Is it tactical mastery over crit or crit over tactical mastery? Tactical mastery, crit, finesse, vitality. So, tactical mastery from here is probably our better choice. And the will also give us crit, I'm pretty sure. Does it not? No, but fate does give us crit, which we're not getting anyway. What does give crit? Agility gave crit. Right. And yeah, we can just use these and get that sorted. So I think we'll probably go with, out of the two of these, the extra damage. Pure damage is better than crit in most of my opinion. And also, yeah, I'm just going to go with that. I don't need to explain myself. And yeah, these are guaranteed to crit. So fun times for all of us, I think, ultimately. I'm going to go to the house. And get my VIP. But yeah, we are going to have some fun old times. We will just need to double check everything.
Could I
just to be sure.
a moment? Greetings,
oh, also,
friend.
whilst you weren't here, Ghost, we found a few things. Vermine, thank you for the follow. Hopefully that's how that is pronounced. But we found a few more housing items. I found a map of Rohan. A map table of Rohan. If that is something that you are potentially interested in. 122, so yikes. I don't have the materials for it currently, but let's go have a look again, shall we? So let's just bring this page up, and we've got a couple. It's gonna really hurt eyes. They really need a dark mode. All right, that's legendary weapons. Don't care about that. I think it was this one. Yeah, so we got a Rohirrim map table, a stone troll, a sawblade axe, which is very interesting. So this table here, which sort of again fits the aesthetic you've got up at the top of the house. A stone troll, which you can have on the outside. and a saw blade axe as well. These are crafting materials things, which is what I'm crafting right now. And this one I'm really interested in because I'd like to get this done. It's a 6-man 75 instance. And I think I should be able to do it with Reneborn, but if not, I might need help from Lindral potentially. And you can get seals. And you're guaranteed to get one of those from the instance. So I'm just interested to see if that's worth trying to do to get seals, to get Essence Reclamation Scrolls. Or is it better just to do 15 missions and guarantee one from there plus some extras? Not too sure. And then you can get some swan fountains. A huge swan fountain. So that's something. A Rohirrim horse and rider. And so you got a banner. Probably not a big deal. So it's not actually a horse and rider, it's a statue. The naming is a little, off, I think. Because it makes me think that it will be like, the housing, like Bilbo almost, where he stands outside your house. Like a Rohirrim soldier with a horse. That's what I thought originally when I just saw that now. But yeah, to get the Swan Fountain, you have to complete the quest. This quest, which have I done? Yes. So I have that, and then I can just trade that in for the huge one, assuming that I have... No, I can just trade it in for a huge one, if I wanted to. Anyway, let's go craft some jazz. And then, yeah, we'll do cloak as well. So that's 75. So that'll be an extra little thing. So unfair, right? These heavy armor characters, these might-based characters. Tell me this is fair, right? You get a whole 1 extra might than we get will and agility. I just think that is extremely broken. And I think that's just personally unfair. I think clearly needs an entire rework of the content. So unfair. Anyway, let's go for these. And we'll just double check the right thing. They are exactly the same. There is literally no difference. I'm trying to find a difference. There is none. So, okay. And tactical mastery or crit? Tactical mastery. Tactical mastery. I think I should go crit finesse for this one, honestly. Just to even everything out, and also because I'd like the finesse as well. And finally, final one. Clearly fake crit is our choice. Cool. So, a whole new set of armor. All ready for us to go. So that can go on to Palpatine, because I don't want to accidentally send that to Palpadol, because that'll be not only impossible, because it's bound to account stuff, but also kind of sad if it worked. Be very broken if it worked, but also I'd be sad because I can't craft these again for a week. So, yeah. Anyway, these will go over to there. And since we're also here, I can try to make this the reshaped Runekeeper's Rune Satchel of the first stage. Is it worth it? Probably no. Well, yeah. I mean, assuming that they somehow got to you, I feel like you may be able to send them back, but I'd probably just spend the Mithril coins to reset it, or I just go with the other set of gear, which is still good, just slightly lower level. But yeah, I could craft this one, which is so long a name that it actually doesn't show how many of those I can craft. But it's funny. I want to make one of these, so I can get the finished Kalanad leathers, the legendary fragments, which I think I have some in my shared storage. I have legendary shards. Well, okay. These I can get, and this I can get. So, I think I just need to deconstruct some stuff.
How may I be of assistance?
Two of them. And I'm going to need two of these, actually. They are very expensive. I don't need two of those. I need to get one on my burglar. And then I just need some finished Kalanad leathers, of which I apparently have 0. Lucky thing is I have absolutely tons on Palpatine. I was so focused on not sending Palpadolt my stuff that I got them mixed up. Because I have clearly never mixed up the two characters whatsoever. Don't know what you're on about. So I have 5 of those. Hides. Take all these hides out. Cool. Log into Palpatine. This is going to be such a long-winded thing to do. So I've got to log into Palpatine. And then I've got to move stuff over. Then I've got to go to Feyrand to get stuff sorted. To then go to Skarshoe to potentially craft something that I don't know if I've actually got the reputation for. To then go back to Palpatine. This is going to be like the last hour of the stream. The last hour of the stream is just going to be me spending time moving between characters. It's just going to take far too long. Just allow me to craft everything on one character, please. Not really. I actually wouldn't like that. Honestly. I guess, yeah, so the Swan Fountain we already have. Move that. I just mean the last hour total. I mean, we will be going till, like, probably 1 anyway. Just so Ghost can have his 5-month anniversary. But I just mean we're going to basically be spending, like, over an hour. That's going to be done. Alright. Do I deconstruct my legendary weapons right now to get the shards? Huh. I wonder how I want to do this. I think the plan is something really dumb. I'm going to meld a 75. This is 471. I've got tons. I'm going to meld a 75. Then I'm going to forge that 75. Put that 75 on here. Max it out. Because I'm dumb. And then deconstruct it. It also saves me some inventory space. Just a tad. And hopefully only one more. Level 59? Really? You're doing this to me, game. I'm insulted. Okay. That was an absolute massive waste, but whatever. So, now we deconstruct that. Because we're dumb. I just wasted 222,000 legendary item experience on probably about maybe 10,000. So I wasted about 210,000 item experience. That's why I'm insulted. Cool. So I should get 6 legendary fragments, which is not enough. Which sucks. But that's fine, because now we do the same thing again. And we get even more legendary shards. See, this is what I mean, where the shards themselves aren't too useful, unless you are planning on crafting anything. Oh, I do have 19. Okay, I'm a dumb. That's where they all are on this character. I didn't even need to do that. Actually, no, I did. Because I would have been on... I wouldn't have had enough for the second. So. Makes sense. Right then. Let us head over to... someone else. At least I can compare stats now. That's at least something. So Scarshoe is in the Jewelers Guild Hall, which is perfect for us. But I don't think he can craft my level 75 weapon. Which does suck. As Ghost would say, it's lame. But I think I can still get away with a 75 melded and still get the Tailor's one, like the Tailor's Guild one. So. Oh, I didn't even... I'm so dumb. I didn't even trade over the thing I needed. That's so dumb. Okay. I'm an idiot. Jewelers Guilds. Okay, so I've got this stuff to do. Oh, I hate the Jewelers Guild so much. It's so dumb. Yeah. Okay. Right, okay. Okay. Cool. Legendary recipes. I need tier 7s, which is these level 27s. I need Master Standing. I do not have Master Standing. How far away am I from Master Standing? I am about 30,000 away. So if I can get 15,000 from all this, which I don't think is possible, but we'll see. Even with doubles. Then maybe 900 plus 300, so 1,200 plus 1,200 plus 400 plus 3,000, 1,500, 500, so plus 7,800. I am halfway to where I need to be. Give or take. I can buy some low-grade Kalanad ingots, but I can't get some high-grade, which is my issue there. But I wonder if I can buy a load of low grades. But this right here is why this is a somewhat dumb guild. I don't like it because you need the metal and the jewels, and I'm not a fan. Personally.
Could I speak with you a moment? Greetings, friend.
And this is why this is going to take well over an hour, I swear. Cool. So, high grade steel, because I've got to, like, jump through what feels like 2,000 hoops to even think about, like, you know, to craft the thing I want to craft, I have to get 15,000 rep. To get the rep, I need to get the things, and to get those, if I want high grade, am I either gonna have to buy them or get Feyran to the correct level? It's just kind of a mess all around, in my opinion. Luckily, I got a lot of crafting experience, except it's useless because I don't use it. Alright, let's go Festival Grounds, then go to the other place. It's fine. My screen is chock-a-block full of random items. Or random things. I don't like it. I mean, I wish I had someone to tell me good jokes. But, not everything we want in life is obtainable, sadly. So I need Khazad gold and copper. So Khazad gold. If I could get some Khazad copper, I'd be happy. But I haven't got any. However, ores. Khazad skarn. And I didn't put my carry-all back. Okay. Even more lucky. I'm looking back in. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Thank you. Maybe I'm so Khazad dumb that I'll accidentally press the stop streaming button. Because I don't know what it does. Should we go find out? Hey, you're the one calling me dumb. People get offended when they get called dumb.
How can I be of service?
Right. So, I need to really sort this out. How are you defending yourself? You're just calling me Khazad dumb. It's upsetting. I am super duper ultra offended. I don't know how to continue on with life in this game by being called Khazad dumb. I forgot this is where I logged out. And my game's gonna lag for ages. Thanking you. Lelia's Market. Obviously where we need to return to. clearly the best teleport in the game. If you think otherwise, you are incorrect.
Would you do something for me? Hello there.
Right. So, what do I have in my inventory to deal with? So, I have Prospector, I've got Supreme, I've got Khazad Copper, which is what I want. Problem is, it means I can't do high grade, but that's fine. I don't need high grade. I actually need some extra Khazad Copper. And in fact, that was the thing, right? I can take... I had like a big list of what order I need to go into. Really, this is why I should, after a character has been logged off, or before logging off a character, I should go on to said character, get the carryall, and then go on each of my crafting characters, take the relevant items, and then we're all happy in life. But unfortunately, I always say that I need to do that, and then I tend to forget. Because, yeah, we got the ores, and and I guess I can just chuck crafting materials in, because if I need crafting materials, then why not? Okay, so I got 60 out of 60. Let's take ourselves some Cardolan trinkets out. And chuck those in. I just get more space. Really. That's what needs to happen. But the thing is, I've got a lot of ores. It's just I haven't got the tier to get to it. Does that make sense? Also, for some reason, the music stopped. But, okay. And then if we need to buy any materials, all we need to do is go on Renaborn and spend all my money. Much to Ghost's horror. Okay. Hopefully, not too many back and forths now. Hopefully. It is gonna, if anything, be on materials for crafting. Crafting materials, crafting materials, crafting materials, crafting materials. Good. So, ores, because I want Khazad Scan. To get that extra amount. Why? You know, just there we go. Just stay put. Well, to be fair though, Ghost, if you can't play, then I shouldn't need to spend my money on cosmetics, right? So yeah. And then by the time that you actually log back in, I'll probably have all my money back. So there's clearly nothing wrong with it. You know how I am with making money when you're not looking. Right, I'm gonna make 20 regular and then 20 Khazad gold, and then I have a couple to work with. I think is the plan. Yeah, in here is all my like ore that I have a ton of. that I have, you know, I need to use somehow. This guy's inventory needs really sorting out. It's kind of slightly depressing to look at. Not gonna lie. Okay. So then that goes in here alongside this. In fact, hello, Carriel. Take all my items, please. Thank you. Palpatine then logs in to move the Kalanad hides and the Kalanad ore, I think. This is why I take like an extra couple of hours a day doing this. But the problem is I don't do it every day. If I did it every day, it would be fine. It'd probably take me like 10, 15 minutes. Otherwise, it's going to take me like a couple of hours because I don't do it every day. Want to hear something fun? Is it going to be actually something fun? Nice. That was... he was just trying to channel his extra power. I think that's ultimately what that is. Right. So that's full. Kalanad Skarn goes there. And then we put green garnets in, and then we put the Celebrimbor thing. Takes so long to do. Right, Palpatine is there. Then Kestor takes all that. I'm just going to be doing this off the stream now. Like, everything that isn't sorted out for this whole thing, I'm just going to be doing off the stream. Because it's going to bug me now that I've noticed it's a problem. Again. Because it was a problem, and then I fixed it. And then it's become a problem again. Because, I don't know, it's one of those things where, you know, if I'm not playing, if I'm not streaming it, I've not actually been playing recently, so it's not really something I want to do on stream because I can think it's a little bit boring. But obviously, as I said, I haven't really had much time to do it because, what, you know, 24 hours in a day, spending 8 hours a day at work, 8 hours sleeping, ideally, 3 hours traveling to and from work. That leaves me only 5 hours to do anything else. Does kind of end up putting a limit on you. So we've got to prioritize certain things over the other. So Aeolingus hides, Kalanad hides, sorry, Anorian hides, anything. Well, that's the plan, right? As I said, the plan is, at the very least, to, if I get home at, you know, midnight or whatever, then stream from midnight till 5, sleep from 5 till about 1-ish. Gives me a bit of time to get up and get ready to leave for work, and then rinse, repeat, I guess.
What can I do for you?
And then my 2 days off, we'll just do regular streams so I get a bit more sleep. Alright. Hides, and what's the crit item? Flax fiber. Okay. So, Westfold, Legendary Runekeeper. I have everything but the finished Kalanad hides. So, let's process all that stuff to get the drops of birch tar. Get these finished calamine, not finished, but I need 5 lumps of rich wax.
Greetings.
Ultimately, I don't know if this is worth it. But hey, gotta do what you gotta do to see if it's, you know. Ultimately, Palpatine needs to be as strong as he can be. So we need to give him that opportunity to be ultra strong. Luckily, there's no crit thing for this. It's just you get what you get. But it'd be nice to, I think it would be nice at least to have a first stage level 75, and then we can produce what we need for a, you know, start getting ready to, and all of these are readily available actually. These items are a lot easier than I think, the satchels are super easy, but I can get this ready now. I can get this one ready for level 85, so that's fine. And then level 95 will be that one, and then level 100. Other than this, shouldn't be too difficult to make, and by the time we get to that level, we should get one of these from a quest. So we can actually go craft that for that. And I think you can get blemished symbol of the Elder King. So you can get one from a deed, and I'm pretty sure there's a quest that gives it as well. If not, we can yeah, just try and get some by buying them on the auction. I actually wonder, auction hall, Elder, yeah, Elder King, blemish symbol of the Elder King, 160. What's a unit buyout? 20. That's for a level 75. 135. So I can make that in a day. That's not too bad. Anyway, let's get back to actually what we were talking about. May as well use those. Actually, is there really a point? I mean, no, it sort of is. Cool. So here we are. Reshaped Runekeeper's Rune Satchel. There's a lot of R's of the first stage. Are we ready for this jelly? We're not going to inscribe it. That is just totally broken. It's funny because we've actually got a bigger screen than the it's normally intended to have. So let us put that one over on Al-Atin. And I guess we kind of just have to hope that we have enough to kind of do what I want to do. Because I need to make jewelry. That's still a thing I need to do on Starshoot. But I need to get Jewelers Guild sorted as well, because I've just realized I can't make the jewelry if I'm not at that level yet. Because it's 75. I don't have the stuff for that. But luckily it's the next tier. It's funny because I could just get like 10k pretty easily just by doing some missions. But yeah. I could do 14 missions and do it, but that's not going to work in an hour, so sad times indeed. Right, let us head back to here. Shared storage. Khazard copper. I mean, I could also spend mithril coins, but I don't think that is the best idea. Instead, I think we should just like try and buy some stuff if I can get myself any ores, Aeolingus, for example, ingots. If I can get some high-grade Aeolingus ingots, which is somewhat expensive, but fine, I could at least get another 10,000, which, you know, add that to, well, actually, 600, 2,400, plus 2,400, plus 3,600. I could, just for that, I could, yeah. Or I could go for some Riddermark. So yeah, the legendary servers, assuming you're talking about legendary servers, yeah, those came out, Treebeard and Shadowfax, which are basically level 50 at the moment with different XP scaling and difficulty settings. If you're talking about legendary items are getting a rework in the near future. So that's also another thing that's happening. Yeah, I'm not a super duper huge fan of the legendary servers. At least the new ones. But that's just me. So all the servers are physically located in the EU. Sorry, in America. In Boston specifically. But there are EU servers like Evernight, which is the most populated server, and an EU server. Arkenstone is the highest populated US server. Evernight is the most populated EU server, which is what we are currently on. Is it worth getting the medium grade or the low grade? I mean, the answer is medium grade because they're worth the same value. But so both the, well, technically all three legendary servers. So you got the regular legendary servers, which are currently in 2 days going to Mordor, level 115, as the level cap. Which is just a general server. It's in the US. It's not specifically aimed at any specific time zone. And then same for the Treebeard and Shadowfax. They are just hosted in the US, but aimed at time zones. No particular time zone in general. However, to do the legendary service, you do have to be VIP, so you will have to subscribe to play on those. Yeah, so Shadowfax is an extra 50% experience, and then Treebeard is minus 60%, so I think 40, is it minus 60%? So 40% of the original. Both have the difficulty settings on them. Minus 60, so yeah, 40% original. Cool. Do I go Aeolingus? No. The answer is we go Kalanard, we go low grade. No, we don't. We go medium grade, which still allows us to process upwards to high grade to get extra experience. Or we go low grade to process, but okay. Wait, what's 1,200 minus? Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Renaborn. So I think it's supposed to be. Is it supposed to be? I actually can't remember what they said. It's supposed to be the Shadowfax will progress faster than Treebeard, but I'm not sure the release window because it's 3 months for Anor, which is the regular legendary server, which is minus 40% experience. Oh, it's been so long since I've been on Renaborn. So weird. So I don't know if it's like 1 or 2 months for Shadowfax, or if it's 3 months so they don't catch up to themselves. Do you know what? I feel like we mentioned it before, but I really feel like we're missing a VIP vendor at the personal house. That's for Shadowfax. For Treebeard, it's I think it's like 6 months. Just because that is even slower progression. To my understanding, Shadowfax is not necessarily dead, but certainly less populated. I think it's probably the least populated server currently, just because you've got like the limitation of VIP, plus I think less people are interested in that compared to the even slower experience. But yeah, I'm not really personally too interested in the 2 new legendary servers. I'm probably more into, I don't know what I'm going to there, but probably more interested in Anor, but mostly in regular servers personally. Did I say Kalanard? I think I did. Medium grade. Or do we go medium and low grade? Okay, let's be really dumb with our money. I'm so sorry, Ghost. You have to watch this. I'm just saying for the legendary servers. I mean, currently there's what, 400 people non-anonymous, but this is EU, so it's like midnight in the UK nearly. So less people on, probably more on Arkenstone at the moment. So we go back to Skarshy. Oh, this hurts so much. Yeah, that's kind of what happens with stats eventually. They kind of get a bit overblown. I mean, I'm not even where I want to be. That's like 250k. I ideally want to be at like 500,000. There's a Warden, I think, on Arkenstone with 1 million morale. But that's a tank, so it's a little bit different. I also don't know how sustainable that is because they've not got their full gear to my knowledge. So I need that, and I need that, and I need that. Cool. So I'm going to be spending a lot of marks as well. I think I'm fine without making that small artisan symbol. I hope. Okay.
What can I do for
Southbury, and then I need to like work out how much this equals, and then double that up, and then I need to go back to Estelden, buy the things, and then craft my all this for a runestone, which will probably get out leveled relatively soon at 78. It's so dumb. Okay, so let's work out 3,000 plus 3,600 plus 1,200 plus 300. Probably wasn't even worth doing the 300s. Plus 2,100 plus 1,800, 1,500, 900. I don't know what happened then. Plus 900. Yep, cool. I got that. I got confused. Plus 500. Plus 600. Plus 700. 16,200. So I'm going to buy 16 of them. And that should get me where I need to be. Should get me 2,000 over where I need to be. So technically I need to buy 15 of these. But I'm going to buy 16. And have no marks left. Please help me. I need marks. Ooh, server lag. But it made it look kind of cool. I'm now master of the guild, which then means I need to... This is so convoluted. This is why you don't do it all in one big go. You just kind of like periodically do it. And don't be done with it, basically. But this does mean, right, I have these recipes available.
What do you need?
For when Palpadol does get to this level. Because I need to craft them anyway. And I've got the materials. So, how's PvMP? I haven't played PvMP in probably like 3 years. Possibly longer. Though, to my knowledge, there is a sort of renewed interest from the new producer in it, and to my knowledge, is supposedly wanting an update to it. So it's way past 52. Well, yeah, that's fine. Palpadol can be 50 whatever. 63. If you tempt me, I'll level him up to 63. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, you only play against your own server, so obviously the more populated, the better. But yeah, I think there's supposed to be, in the next update to 140, there's supposed to be some better PvMP gear, from what I understand, so might renew an interest in that. What I meant to say, what I said, or sort of what I meant to say, maybe I didn't actually word it properly. Once we're past this level of the guild, then we can actually craft up these, you know, rune stones for you. Because we need to craft, we can't use the guild, you know, the ingredient pack one for it. So it means that we actually have extra stuff to craft for you. Well, like, we're already able to craft it without the runestone, without the... I don't have enough money. Yikes. Yeah, basically, I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. I'm so lost. I can make you runestones, basically. Cool. Then I want to go... I'm going to just go sell some stuff. I say I chuck away about 1,500 polished Ithalons, because who cares about Ithalons anymore? Not this guy. Improved recipes, tier 7. Because I need these also for Palpatine, whatever. Either or works. Losing my mind. Symbol trader, guild leader, symbol recipes. We've already got all those. Yeah, we're good. So now I can, I think, almost craft what I want. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I haven't got high-grade Kalanard ingots, and I can't craft them. Right. Okay. Right. Why can't I craft them? Because I don't have Fayrand isn't a prospector. He is, but he's not high enough tier. Okay, I'm going to do something real dumb. I can still craft my bracelets, my river bracelets, and my earrings, which I don't need to craft, and my thingies. So I'm going to craft those. I'm then going to go craft myself... No, I'm not going to craft myself a second age. I am going to, after this stream is finished, I'm going to use the third age that I melded, and I'm going to just have that on. After the stream is finished, I'm going to go craft myself, or get Feyrand where he needs to be. I'm just going to spend a bit of time sorting out gear. I have ores that I need to get. I have crafting boxes. I have stuff that I can use to get what I need. In fact, Moria has perfect places for it. Then I can get a load of high-grade Kalanad, because I can just sell the stuff that I can make money. And then I'm going to go craft myself one of these. So next time we stream with Palpatine, he will have a level 75 flint runestone, reshaped flint runestone of the first age. But in the meantime, I do need to go get myself 2 of these. And I don't know where the legendary item guy is here. And
is there something I can do for you?
Oh, one of these. So now everything but the high grade Kalanad we have. Nobody's selling it, as far as I'm aware. High grade Kalanad Skarn, that's just a crit item. Yeah, so I have Kalanad Skarn, I think. I have a low grade, medium grade. I can craft up as soon as I get to that tier. I don't need to crit. I just need to be able to make them. So I could probably do it, but I don't want to make the stream me doing that for the rest of it, because it's a bit repetitive, me jumping between characters. I've already done it, I think, enough for my own sanity right now. So let's not. However, we are going to, as I said, craft all this stuff. So I'm very interested to see this gear, because I don't know what levels this stuff is. So we got the bracelet, and then we got the exquisite bracelet, so level 84. So we'll probably go for the exquisite stuff. I can only craft one of these at the moment, so that is an unfortunate 7-day cooldown, but it's fine. I could spend mithril coins if I wanted to. I'll think about it, but right now, not something I'm particularly too interested in. So these should be agility, will, might, because jewelry, that's how that works. Cool, and 1 ring. Not the 1 ring, but 1 ring. Oh, actually, this is really dumb. I'm going to go craft this bracelet, because it's a side thing, and it's going to be still decent, right? So, there's that. Earrings we're not going to worry about. And then I'm just going to make a will-based ring. So they're going to be certainly not perfect, but certainly better than what we do have. Cool. Then we leave Skarshu. Obviously, yeah, like I said, on Feyrand, we'll jump on real quickly, and I'll sort of discuss my plan, and then we'll jump on Palpatine. Everything but his runestone is going to be basically the best we can get it, right? Other than his pocket item, which is obviously... Okay, so earrings, obviously XP boost. Pocket item, XP boost. His armor's going to be basically perfect. His runestones, depending on what we get, going to be perfect. I might do a little bit more focus on actually getting legacies, just by getting heritage runes and sort them out. Same for the runestone's going to be first stage by the time we get the stuff, and then A car. A car. I haven't got my chisel yet. I'll need to do my chisel off stream as well, because I need to go... To get my chisel, I have to do the prospector stuff first. So that's going to suck. Okay. So, plan is... What? I didn't get it? No. I didn't. I wonder if I could buy Khazad iron. Process it.
Greetings, friend.
I have Khazad Scan. I can buy a decent chunk of Khazad Scan, but is it worth it? No, it's not. Khazad Iron, however, the one thing. I mean, I got that. Yeah, Euro CP. Is that like a sticky out tongue face? With one eye. Okay. I don't know then. That's one gold. Well, I mean, get it. Khazad gold, 1 gold per. That's how that works. Yeah, so that's like alright, but I ran out of... I need to get all this scan stuff. I just need to... It's just going to take a while to sort all that out. But, yeah, okay. So my plan is... I barely have money on Feyrand because I don't really play Feyrand at the moment. So there's no point in having money on him. I've got like 450 gold on Renaborn still. So, yeah. I need to get Khazad copper, gold, iron, etc. And then probably turn it into, like, this stuff, you know, for the 10. I've got a load of mithril flakes, get some lumps of rich coal, Khazad steel, Khazad gold, etc. We don't really need the items, but hey-ho, it is what it is. And then we'll go up to Westfold, and as soon as we get Westfold, we can start making the Khazad steel stuff. And then, yeah, we'll go from that onwards. I think that is sort of the plan, to my knowledge. Let's go sell all this stuff. And, yeah, I don't, as I said, I don't need to crit or anything. It's kind of awkward because... yeah, it's kind of awkward because... Prospector is like one of the weird ones where like Feyrand is a low level prospector because he has to go to the places really to mine the stuff to get the stuff. What do I plan on leveling through Gundabad with? Probably Renaborn at the moment, or I might go back to Tarvelard on Arkenstone and just continue with him. His gear is lackluster to say the least. Certainly needs some work. But I do wonder, like, what 131 gear would look like compared to, like, 130 gear. Like, sort of subpar gear. But, I mean, I spent 600 videos on him. Probably worth continuing on. I don't like the idea of abandoning him on Arkenstone, but unfortunately, it's just the way it kind of goes when you change servers, unfortunately. Right. So... plan is I hope not for the rip because I spent a lot of time with him, you know, 5 years of my life on that one character, so I hope he does well. But it does kind of suck that he's sort of been left where he is. I got a new quick page. Oh, War Steeds. Makes sense. I think it's supposed to be releasing relatively soon. Okay, are we ready for the somewhat massive increase in our gear? We may actually lower our morale to start with, because obviously this stuff is going to give us a lot, but this stuff, it upgrades, but at the same time, like, less tactical mastery. We're losing tactical mastery. We're actually losing crit a lot of the time, and we're losing set bonuses. So I'm gonna take a screenshot. I think I'm happier on Evernight, but I wasn't unhappy on Arkenstone. So depends how you see it, really. Yeah, I'm gonna lose tactical mastery, but I think the will may outlevel it. So I'm interested. I'm gonna go get the screenshot up ready. Right. So I can see my stats. And then I'm just going to switch over, and we're just going to look at it at the end. Like, I'm not going to pay attention whatsoever to our stats, and we are going to have to sort of somewhat pay attention here. So I'm going to take the exquisite one of those, and we're going to take one of those, and then we're going to go put that ring on. Then I go switch out that ring, and then I go switch out that bracelet. Then, where's this thing? We need to open the forge and get these two. We'll see what they got, but again, we're gonna kind of mess around with these later anyway. So runestone and that. And do that, because I like them being in number 1. Okay. So I think that's everything except my chisel, because I obviously have to prospect her, like I said. I'm interested to see what my legendaries sort of give me, because obviously, like, they give you extra stats here, like 259 morale or 89 vitality. Plus 79 vitality. So I'm actually losing vitality, but I am gaining crit rating, so it's kind of a mixed bag there. And same for here. Healing threat, minus 4% perceived threat, plus 34 tactical healing rating, which is significantly better than this right here. But let's have a look at our stats. So we went from 9,177 morale to 12,415 morale. So that's about a 3,300 morale increase. Pretty insane. My power went up by about 300. A little over. Armor went up by about 2,300. Obviously my agility might stay the same. My vitality went up by about 800. My will went up only by a little bit, by about 200. My fate has gone up by about 300. Also, so my tactical mastery was 173.6. This is actually 183. So my tactical mastery is actually lower because lack of set bonuses, which does slightly suck. But my finesse is significantly higher, and so is my crit rating. So we should actually do a little bit more damage. Plus, my damage will go up alongside these things as we get, you know, higher levels. So that's what he's done. So, other combination. No, that's not what I want. We will deconstruct stuff later, probably, but. As I said, I think I'm going to try, maybe, to get some good legacies on here. Could be a fun time. Yeah. So yeah, once again, if we chuck this up, puts up my tactical mastery, I think, a little bit, but then again, we should have more damage. So we've gone from 30.4 to 43.4. So we've gone up by 13 tactical damage rating plus about 33-ish, I think it was. Tactical mastery. Damage, like DPS. Still feels a little slow. But that's fine. You know, Fury of Storm, Vivid Imagery, we can chuck those up. And obviously once we got first stages, those will go up even more. I don't think it's enough power just yet. Obviously legacies are another thing. Not legacies. Legacies are another thing. Hey, we get to play as Boromir for a bit. Legacies are another thing, but obviously the chisel, the first stage, that's going to be a big thing. And I just realized I can't look at any of my stuff. So yeah, this is the thing that everybody likes to post about. If you play as Boromir, you get to see Aragorn, the elf, the dwarf, Frodo's... No, sorry. Where is... I think Frodo's gone. Is Frodo gone? Frodo's servant, that halfling, the other halfling, and then Frodo isn't here. But I swear, whenever someone comes across this for the first time, they're like, I have to post this. Which is fair enough. You know? It's always good to find interesting things and mention them, but yeah. What a weird way of doing this. Yeah. Fight him. Let me fight you. Brr, I just stabbed you in the face. Ah. Why don't we just kill Frodo? Right? Like, legit, just kill Frodo. How would that end? I also don't know why we're like, oh yeah, he's invisible. Let me check a normal hiding spot. He could just be anywhere. Like, he could just be over there, just chilling. You know? Yeah, I think we are kind of limiting ourselves a little bit with the pocket item and also the earrings. But honestly, I am fine not being capped. I am fine with instead... Oh, actually, that's an interesting point. I don't know if the shoulder pads are better or not. But I'm fine not being capped on everything for the moment, as we are continuing to level up and such. But maybe it's worth having a moment where we go back to some lower level areas, do some quests in some lower level areas, much like Ghost wants us to do, and then yeah, we can get some more virtues, because you know, 21 out of 37, 28 out of 37, 26 out of 37. Like, we are not quite where I'd like to be. I'd maybe like to get honesty up a little bit for the will tactical mastery crit. Could be worth it. But it does bring a point. These shoulder pads, are they better? Yes. And no. More armor, less vitality, more will. If I went and did that, if I put those on, my tactical mastery goes up by a little, like a decent chunk. So I think what I might do is hold on to those shoulder pads, at least for the moment. I think around level 85-ish. I could also think I can get a better cloak, but I think around level 85-ish is where we start out leveling it. Oh, we get to enjoy a very harrowing scene in a moment. So I hope we're all ready with the tissues, because we're going to cry so much. Well, no, because if I get to 85, I'm not going to be able to craft anything because my jeweler isn't at that tier yet. So certainly won't be doable. But you never know, by next week we might be a level 85. Though you don't want me to get to 85, right? So I'm not sure if you should be so up for it. Right? You don't want me to get to 85 on this character. Certainly don't want me to get to 86. Be even worse.
If you come any closer, I will gut you.
Okay, he's gonna gut me. Let's play as Boromir. Hope we're all ready to be sad. We'll get to 85 and then fight Dampe.
Someone cut a mighty swath through the Uruks in the east wall. But was it enough?
I was about to use
save
my
our mutual friends from Serpent
Runekeeper skills, but I forgot. I'm not a Runekeeper. Boromir way so weak. Damn. I think by not accepting, you basically admit that you'd be you're just bad, you know? Is that not how that works? We should have a fight and see how long, who gets to level 100 first. Dampe or Palpatine. Because, I mean, I only play Palpatine on stream, whereas you can play Dampe anytime. Oh no, Horn of Gondor time, I think. Yeah, but you're 10 levels ahead of me, so it's fine. It's fine then, we won't have a race, but I will laugh when I inevitably get to level 100. I wonder if I get to level 100 before the legendary item revamp. Yeah. Because if it's like a confirmed date that it's gonna happen, like hey, it's gonna happen this Wednesday with the server reset, you know, then I know not to worry about a first stage, like pre-making first stages, because I'll probably buy a first stage up, because I can get myself a first stage runestone relatively easily. It's getting a first stage satchel that's harder. but I have the materials to craft it. I just need the blemished symbol, and that should be relatively easy because I can just buy it for like 160 gold. And blow the horn of Gondor. Nothing happened. I don't know why I did that. I thought it dazed them, not shook off dazes. Damn, I'm a tank. Look at my morale. Mary, you may as well just run away. Like, go that way. Hide. Okay, don't go that way. Don't hide. I mean, hide, but not that way. But you'll have a little bit of time if you did want to catch up, because Palpatine is probably going to be going back to some early areas and doing some Slayer deeds, I think, in the near future, just to get some of those virtues up, possibly. Also, if I do missions, then I can, if I do missions to get my jeweler up, which is probably what's going to happen, then I can get, oh wait, no, I can get the virtue experience for that as well. Don't know why I keep blowing the horn as if it's going to help. It's one of those annoying ones where you have a lot of health. Yeah, you have a lot of health, and it takes forever to kill anyone still. What, on Palpadol? I get 0 points of regen. Damn. Doesn't regenerate health. It's terrible. To be honest, I definitely think Mirkwood does suck, even with like good gear. Alright. Gotta blow the horn. I knew it was something to do with the dying hobbit. Dying thing. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I cry every Tim. I don't think I'm supposed to be looking that way. I just think I messed it up. For a moment there, it let me move at the end. Didn't keep me down for some reason. Yeah, I do find it funny. It's like, yeah, it's not like I've just, you know, tripped over. I have been shot multiple times in my chest. It's going to take a little bit more than words of encouragement. Why'd you stop spawning enemies right next to me, game? Cool. Smells terrible. Well, I'm gonna bring it to you.
Give it here. You want to know?
Okay, I'm just helping. I'm just helping an orc, cause why not? I'm just that kind of guy. Just I'm helpful to everyone. Distinctive orc scavenger. It does feel bad though, or weird though, that I do feel weaker. In a sense. But it's also because I know these guys are more difficult. Like, stat-wise, I'm higher, right? And my tactical mastery is now higher. My crit is higher. My finesse is higher. Physical mastery obviously is nothing. My morale is higher. Like, everything is higher. I should be killing stuff quicker, but it just kind of doesn't feel like it. I mean, was Boromir really our friend? He wasn't very, particularly kind to us when we saw him in Lothlorien.
Can reach even from the grave for its vengeance.
Cool. Reforge. Do not fall this day. Chilling rhetoric. I don't think either of those is particularly useful.
This is the tale, and may it rot your innards slowly.
Cool. Yeah, so basically, I think my plan is... on, oh god.
A man, an elf, and a dwarf.
See, if I made that joke, you would put your favorite command in the chat. Which also, by the way... oh wait, no, I was wrong. Does it? Is it updated? Oh no. Unfortunately, it's still... I was going to say the... You know the exclamation point and then the, like, unamused face? I was going to say, I thought it showed up on the chat stat thing, but it doesn't. It shows up on Nightbot as the most used command, though. Which I think it always did. Use it 9 times since the 10th. You've used it 9 times this week. No, I can only see this week. Sadly. I get to be Samwise Gamgee, Nick. But no, I thought it had updated on the stream elements thing, but it wasn't, sadly.
Those footprints are hobbit-sized. What became of our mutual friends on that dangerous day?
Okay, let me talk to Mary, and then we gotta listen. So the only skill I have is use Hobbit Sense. Samwise Gamgee may not be strong or fast, or indeed very smart, but he has plain old Hobbit Sense, and it serves him well. Basically, they just didn't want him to have no skills. That's all I'm saying. Boromir. Don't trust you, even though you took arrows in the future. Do you know what my number is? Right, let's have a look, shall we? Right. 452. What's up, Aragon? Gonna follow you. But let's be honest, if we like counted how many times I've spoken on stream, you know, it's why would I have messages in chat when I'm streaming? I mean, you don't want me to type everything I say, do you? Then I'd be tabbed out of the game and I would die. Or I just wouldn't speak on stream. Frodo, get back here, you hobbit. I've spoken more on stream than you have. It's taking forever. Frodo, put the ring on again. At least I'm here. I'm literally here, right? I'm here every single second the stream is on. Every single second I'm streaming. I've been on the stream. You know? Can you say that? No, I've been at every stream. I have. How about this? I've never missed a stream. Let's go to Mansig's
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
thingy. Well, that's really dumb. I wonder if it'll skip me. Is it after a certain time? Or is it just... Am I just technically stuck? Obviously I can dismount, but you know. I'm impressed. Once again, I broke the game. Somewhat. I did, however, waste 66 silver just now. Those shouldn't be available. Let me go sort that out. I must have never turned them on off after thingy. Let's go pause those. Probably will do an Iron Man stream though, soon enough. I'm excited to get legendary weapons, to be fair. But yeah, those are only available, unfortunately, for the Iron Man. So you have your marks back. All of you probably have more marks than I have in game currently, so I spent far too many to use another day. I bet Ghost, you would really love if that affected this character. Just like no experience for 10 minutes. You can't use a horse. You have to go really slowly everywhere. Just be spamming out no experience. Just so I can't catch up. You're lucky I don't do Palpatine off stream though. I talked about it, but I think you were offended about the idea of me leveling Palpatine. Well, I've not taken the points. I've refunded the points. And also the stream's only going on for 20 more minutes, so, you know. In 20 minutes, the Titanic should have sunk. And that'll be that. And then I'm going to spend, like, probably an hour off stream just frantically dealing with my inventory and my crafting and everything and hating it. Hating every second. Just because you really don't want me to progress on this character, right? Truthfully tell me that you are not wanting this character to be as slow a progression as possible. Exactly. You can't. Exactly. You don't want to tell lies. You would like this character to be restarted. Probably. That'd be really awkward. I got a week cooldown on my crafting recipes, you know? It only takes me a week to get up to 75. Clearly. Well, it's taken me 3 days, right? So 2 days 23 hours, 14 minutes, 34 seconds. Back to level 48. Why 48 specifically? What about level 48? Back to the beginning of my legendary weapons. Angmar? I wasn't in Angmar at 48, but sure.
A party of Uruks fled from the east wall of the Norcrofts on foot.
I skipped Angmar as quickly as possible. I don't even know if I've done anything in Angmar. Let's have a look. Angmar. I did 5 quests. I've been there somewhat. I probably did at least the Hitbold. We love Hitbold. I probably done like enough to get past the barrier.
It is strange
That's
to
about
look
it.
out over the plains.
Probably
of
so I
Milo.
could do roving threads.
No, I am not
Really?
welcome there.
Horn is an unusual
It's
man.
weird to think we're 3/4 of the way
I'll keep
to
an eye on it
level 100.
The last time I traveled south, orcs were gathering on the river bank.
That's kind of fun. I wonder what our / played time. No, I would have been in probably Moria at 48, honestly.
You have urgent business within Rohan? Some of my men are returning. You're welcome to go with them.
Okay. Langhold. Langhold lasts. Spoilers, I guess. Sort of. I don't know. We'll probably just start doing some of this stuff anyway.
Need your aid. You have need of war steeds.
I think we need to.
Perhaps I can help you.
War
You will need
steeds?
war steeds
What a
for
perfect
yourself
place
and
to
your
end off.
companions.
You don't like the Forsaken Indie. That was where you got adopted. I don't think it's somewhere you like particularly.
Welcome and well met, my friend. Welcome. Stay a moment and speak with me.
Is it sad that this is like where I am on Tarvelad? Quest-wise. I've done this. I'm not too far ahead, though. I'm like... down here-ish. You know? I'm like here-ish, maybe. Because I went back... I know exactly where I am on Tarvelad. I am not in Forlore. Wait a second. What? That's wrong. I'm just saying. That's very wrong. I am not here. Right. Have I broken the game? Of course I did. No, I am down in... where is the place I am right now? I don't know if it's technically Gondor, right? I can't find it. So I'm not going to worry too much. I am, however, worried that I am in Forlore, apparently.
Our mission is dire.
But it's fine. I'll just eat some food and drink some drink and forget all about it. Interesting. A 12-hour cooldown though, so.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Find a task or errand in Langhold. But yeah, I definitely, I'm now here, but I'm not, but I am. Huh. How to teleport? Apparently. That's, I don't know why that's happening, and I don't think it's intended to happen. But okay. And it's very weird because Langhold, it doesn't really survive, if I remember correctly. So, I don't know. Maybe that's why. Just a rather amusing sight. I'm going to stop now. Love it so far. Glad to hear. Always happy to hear people enjoying it. Don't mind that really weird bug. It literally makes no difference because nobody, I think, ever would think to like zoom out from the map over there, but
the Rohirrim have need of your services. The Rohirrim will need your aid.
Because I'm just that kind of person. Complete all the quests in Langhold in the Wold. Learn to participate in mounted combat at the tourney field in Harwick. So we get to join the good old, lovely old, everybody loves war steeds. Ghost absolutely adores war steeds. Favorite content in the game, from what I understand. So I'm going to indulge you, and I will go do my war steeds right now. I need to look at this stuff that I got. So we've got a regen, out of combat run speed, and some vitality increase. I have to for the main content, alright? The main story is requiring me to go do war steeds. So I unfortunately have to do it. However, maybe your prayers have been answered because it will not let me do it. So I guess I have to go do the side quests, technically. They're not really side quests, but they're technically part of the epic because you have to do them to progress the epic, but... You have a question? Go ahead. I will somewhat try and answer, if I can. I thought they said that horse was a dragon then. I was so confused. Venom Tongue. I need to find out. I kind of don't like these quests and kind of do it at the same time. I like the general story progression, but I don't like when it forces me to do it, if that makes sense. I am being forced by the main story to do the side quests or do the quests of Langhold. I'm fine doing the quests of Langhold, I just don't like the fact that to progress the main story I have to do it, if that makes sense. Because if it was just those were the epic quests and it took me through the content, I'd be fine with it. But it's when it tells me you have to complete all the quests of Langhold to progress, then it kind of comes across the wrong way. Logic points and expansions will take a new player playing. So we actually have an account pretty much dedicated to answering that question in a sense, in how long it will take. Currently, we've had the account since about January. Obviously, not playing as my main account, so it's taken a while. It's not as quick as if I was my main, but we have 3 characters, all but 2 of the classes unlocked. We're about to unlock Moria, which will also unlock us the final stuff. So it will take a while. You'll have to make probably multiple characters. I mostly just lottery point farm, personally, on those characters, but it will take a while. But as you unlock stuff, you'll be able to get more lottery points and such things, and yeah. So that's why I always think VIP is still a decent, choice, just because you get all the quest packs for free and you get lottery points for free and stuff. But it is possible to play completely free to play, and But it does obviously take a while and a lot of repetition. But from my understanding, I think there's supposed to be, as far as I'm aware, I don't know if it's confirmed, rumor as far as I'm aware, I think have said they were looking into possibly the monetization system of the game. So the way I had it originally, you start off with 2 characters. I had my main character as in my first slot, and then I had my Lotro point farming character in my second slot. I then bought Bjorning because it was a faster introduction, so I could do the repetition quicker, which also gave me an extra character slot. The way I tend to do it personally is I redo Ered Luin, one of the first regions in the game, over and over again. That gets you 145 Lotro points for killing all the enemies and finding all the places and doing, I think it's 30 quests. And then delete that character, restart, and go from there. But you can also just by playing normally get, I think a game like from 0 to completion is 11,000 Lotro points. Is the game still worth playing? I'd say so. I spend a majority of my time playing it, at least. Still getting expansions and other such things. New expansion coming out. Revamp to the legendary items. Next year is supposed to be a visual update to the game. I think PvMP, so PvP basically, is getting looked at. I think it's quite exciting for the game as a whole right now because of the Reninia, really. It's a new producer. I think ever since the first interview I saw with them, I was pretty excited. My best suggestion for a free-to-play account is certainly keep an eye on the weekly deals. I'm hoping, I really hope, that on, what is it, tomorrow technically, the 18th, is the legendary servers updating to Mordor. And I kind of hope that they do a sale, but I could be wrong. Because that's a Wednesday, so that's server reset day, so, I mean, makes sense. I also know, so this isn't technically a free-to-play thing, but if you do have the money for it, one suggestion I will make is the expansion trove. It gives you the first 6 expansions for $60, or your equivalent currency. And you get obviously quite a lot out of that. So obviously it's not a free-to-play option, but it is a suggestion I tend to make. That's like $10 an expansion, which I don't think is too bad, all things considered. I mean, that's like, so what is it? Moria, like 2,495 times like 5. It's like 16,000. It's not for points. So it's on the website. So it's sad that I'm going to do lotro.com/Mordor. It's not, but it's probably not going to work. Lotro expansions. So you can get them all separately. So down at the very bottom here, the expansion trove is $60. I think I can change that to pounds, right? Yeah, how much is that? 46 and 68. Nice. Yeah, so that's Mordor, Helm's Deep, Rise of Rohan, Moria, Siege of Mirkwood, Rise of Isengard. You can get them all separately. So Moria, Mirkwood, Isengard, Rohan, and Mordor, as far as I'm aware, are 2,495 Lotro points each. Helm's Deep, for some weird reason, is like 4,500 or something like that. I don't know why necessarily, especially when looking at it. It has the least amount of content, except epic battles. I don't know why I call them big battles. I don't like it. I guess 400 quests. But yeah, they are all available. I have had the account since probably January, properly playing it, as I said, and I am just about to get Moria, but I obviously don't spend as much time on that account as I do on my actual account, this one, or my second account. Yeah, it's my third account. I only stream it, so it's not as played as a regular player would. But that said, I do have a video on YouTube if it is of interest to you. Just going through the, it is a little bit outdated, but the information is still up to date other than the class of what
the fearless children of Limehold have invited you to join them in a game
the Lottery
of
Point farming run,
in which they reenact the deeds of their fathers and foes.
I would probably be into, if it was like my main account, I probably would have up to the 3rd expansion by now. I would have thought. You've done this, right, Ghost? I remember you sending me a message about, as weird as it's going to sound, hitting children with a bat. Right? Or rather, children hitting you with a bat, I think, in the end. This mission takes so long. Mission quest. These guys are level 76. These guys are stronger than I am. Look, they got more morale. They're children. I guess if you live in a high level area, you've got to adapt to the area. That child just hit the stratosphere, I think. But I mean, technically, this account that I'm on right now did start off as a free-to-play account, so I did eventually pretty much get all the content. Because, I mean, that's ultimately why I started playing the game, is because obviously the material was something I was interested in, but also the ability to fully play free-to-play certainly did help. Oh no, I am being attacked. Imagine if you just, like, died from this. Yeah, so Slayer Deeds are obviously something you can do for lottery points. You get 5 for doing the original one, and then 10 for doing the advanced. Something like Hendravels or in Ered Luin or Spiders in Shire, for example, they're 2040s. As you progress later on, they do increase, so like 60 120s, 120 240s. So obviously they do take a little bit longer the higher level you are. But yeah, so I tend to do all the Slayer accelerators, or sorry, all the Slayers, all the all the Slayers, all the exploration, and all the questing in Ered Luin, at least. Maybe the Shire doing Slayer as well, because you've got to do 90 quests in the Shire, and it's a pain. There is an item, so when you make your character, you get a box in the mail, depending on what race you are, will be from a different person. But it's a little blue box, and as you level up, you actually get to open it for rewards. At level 10, you get an item called a Slayer Accelerator, which looks like this. And for 30 minutes, since its use, all your kills for Slayer Deeds will be doubled. So if you need to do a 30, you only need to kill 15. If you need to do a 60, you only need to kill 30. So for a full thing, you only need to do 45. So I tend to use those and go through Luin those. So you can remake characters over and over again if you want to, which will then give you, at level 10 those, and you can just trade them back to your original character if you do want to, which is why I have 25 of them currently, because I make far too many characters. I have 25 Bjornings for no apparent reason, and for some reason I have 50 characters. Don't ask why, because I won't be able to answer. I do it because I can open 100 loot boxes that way. That's actually a thing I need to do. I still need to do that video on loot boxes. I will get that done next week, because Friday is the next free-to-play video, I hope. But yeah, so because my account's so old, I get every character I get at level 20 gets some loot box keys, 4 of them per character, and then I just make a load of characters and open up 100 of those. So if I make 25 characters, I can make 100 of those and see what goodies there are. Mostly, I benefit, but the main reason behind it is the idea of if I find out what the stuff you can get from it is, I can update the wiki, and there's also the idea of finding out sort of the average value, in a sense, that you can actually get. Chilling rhetoric cooldown. I don't think I use it, but it's better than nothing. Better than whatever the other thing was. Actually, I think the other thing was healing, so it might have been better. Oops. I still feel so weak. I don't like it. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, because I'm more powerful than you could even imagine. I would dare say I have unlimited power. Also, I should totally accept this quest, which is supposed to be kill 12 enemies. I'm so dumb. Hey, you can't react like that, Ghost. You're always on about unlimited power. That was the wrong order. Just by the way, yeah. What? What up? Wow. I don't think that's going to happen. We're going until we get war steeds, I think. I just want you to have to deal with me being on a war steed. And then I think we're done. Yeah, I think those are both relatively fun classes. I mean, that's the two classes I started out with. I started a burglar originally. Ended up not really understanding it because I didn't learn properly at the time. Went for a hunter. Hunter's my favorite class, so... I'd say the two best starter classes are hunter if you like a ranged attack, and it's probably champion if you like melee. That's my personal opinion. I think a few people do agree with me on that. Burglar is fun though. It's just a little bit slower just because the whole stealth aspect, but certainly very powerful. I think you can pretty much like 1 or 2 hit a lot of enemies on level. I pretty much if you do it properly, you can one-shot enemies that are on level or slightly over level if your gear's good enough. And yellow burglars are quite looked for in raids at the moment. So, well, the Titanic may restart Ghost, but whether or not we end up going through with that is not a problem. So champion can tank, but also I think it's primarily DPS. Guardian is more of a tanking role for heavy armor. Champion is more of a DPS as a focus. So red line is solo DPS. So red line is single target damage. Yellow line is AoE damage, and blue is tanking. So you can tank. There's just other classes are a little bit preferred for tanking, but it's entirely doable. A lot of gear on champion actually will give you tank gear. Yeah, but doesn't mean that has to be when we finish, guys. I just want you to have to suffer through war steeds. Not that war steeds are particularly bad, and this is coming from the guy that used to very much hate war steeds. They have their uses, especially in regions like this where they like you to travel a lot. What am I doing? Just remove. There we are. But yeah, ultimately it does kind of certainly vary. I mean, even Runekeeper can be damage or healer, depending on the way you spec it. I think Hunter is mostly damage. A little bit of crowd control if you
Hope lies in strength.
do
the
stuff
servants of the enemy are everywhere.
with the yellow line. That's fine. You can suffer through your sinking alone. But yeah, I think if I remember correctly, Burglar is more crowd control and debuffs in at least a raid setting. I personally play Redline, but Yellow Line I think is preferred for raids. The same thing happens for me with Hunter. I prefer Blue Line Hunter for the movability, yet Red Line
What
is
business have you with the Rohirrim?
the preferred for raids.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
I'd probably say that Champion is more damage. At least more sustained damage, I guess. You can get a nice initial burst on Burglar, just from the stealth boost and stuff like that, and the backstabbing and etc. etc. But if you want pure damage, Champion is probably the better choice. Well, you can have a tiny window on the side, Ghost, but we're not here for focusing on the Titanic, Ghost.